Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I was about 12, maybe 13 when this happened. For sure, I was at that age where I thought that I was an adult, or at least wanted to be, which is probably why I tried so hard to convince myself that this wasn't what I thought it was. It happened at a sleepover. I'd done it a million times, though this was my first time at this particular friend's house. That was exciting, though, not scary. At first, it was exciting. The sleepover wasn't really planned, just a bunch of girls having too much fun to call it a night. So your friend begs their parents to let you stay, and then you all start the process of getting your own parents' permission. Mine always agreed because it was easier than picking me up. There were a few of us there, watching movies, eating junk food, talking about who knows what. I think there were 4, maybe 5. We basically just all slowly drifted off wherever there was space on the bed, one of us on the floor, one half hanging off the bed. By the time we actually went to sleep, it settled into something like this. Me and my friend whose house it was in the bed back to back, the others spread out around the room, one on the floor near the dresser, another closer to the door. In an unfamiliar place, there's comfort in knowing other people were there too. I woke up at some point in the night, and the first thing I noticed was the blanket. It was being pulled. I have to believe it's what woke me up, but it was happening slowly. Not enough to startle me, just enough to wake me up, I guess. That steady, quiet tug, like someone trying not to be noticed. But I noticed. My first thought was that it was one of the girls. They'd rolled over and grabbed it. Maybe my friend behind me shifting in her sleep, but I could still feel her back pressed against mine. She hadn't moved, not even slightly. And the pulling, it didn't stop. If anything, it got more intentional, like something was actually taking it. Even with my eyes opened fully, I couldn't see much. It was that thick, complete darkness. No light from the hallway, no glow from electronics, no moon in that window. But I could feel the blanket still sliding down inch by inch. I turned my head slightly toward the foot of the bed, and that's when I saw a hand. Clear as anything, but larger than any of our hands. It wasn't just large, though. It was long, bony, in a way that a hand shouldn't be. It was reaching, gripping the blanket and pulling it down. I remember my eyes scrambling around the room. I could see slightly better that my eyes had adjusted, but what I could tell was that everybody was where they should be. At least we were all accounted for. I remember that in my mind. I kept looking to and from the hand, hoping that it would just go away. But it was just there instead. It was no longer moving. I could feel my heart in my throat, and I heavily considered waking my friend up. But as I watched the hand, slowly, it pulled away. But as it did, it sort of dissipated into a black, smoky material. And it was larger than just the hand, now floating above the bed. The best way I could describe it is a shadow figure. It looked human, but pure black. I jumped out of the bed and I ran straight to the light switch. Something inside of me wouldn't let me stay there any longer. The second I turned back, there was nothing there. Well, the bed, the girls, the room, that was all there. But there was no shadow. With the lights on, everything felt a little silly. None of the girls had woken up, and I felt grateful for that. Realizing I was the only one awake in the house, I decided I should probably go back to bed, but not before turning on my friend's hallway light. I wasn't going to sleep in the dark again. Even with the light on, I laid there wide awake, staring into the dark, waiting for something else to happen. It didn't. And I guess at some point I must have fallen asleep. because I woke up to the morning. I left. I never stayed over there again, and I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't even really know what to say. And I didn't want to be the one who made it into something bigger than it already felt. I honestly wanted to forget about it. I just couldn't. But it was a couple years later that I found out I wasn't the only one who was awake that night. I ran into one of the other girls. We weren't super close, but we knew each other well enough to catch up a little. It was right before we were going to start high school, and we were just talking about random things, small memories. It was actually her that brought up the sleepover, just casually. She said, "Do you remember when you jumped out of bed and turned on the light?" I laughed it off at first, and then I remembered nobody was awake, and I asked her, "How did you—" "I wasn't asleep," she said, and that got my attention. She told me that she'd woken up at some point in the night, but she didn't move. She didn't open her eyes all the way, because she felt like someone else was in the room, not one of us. She said that she looked over at the bed. She saw blankets shifting, and she saw a hand, a disembodied hand, attached to nothing, slowly and deliberately pulling the blanket. I guess when I jumped out of bed and ran, I'd sort of scared her again, and she kept her eyes closed the whole time, pretending to be asleep. She didn't want whatever was there to know that she was awake too. I asked her why she never said anything back then, and she shrugged and said, "I didn't want to make it real or a big deal." Well, I chose to tell her what I saw, even though she didn't really ask. By the end of that conversation, I actually felt a little bit better, knowing I wasn't the only person who'd seen this crazy thing, that my fear was warranted. But I think she felt worse, so I kind of feel bad for telling her about my experience. Perhaps she would like to pretend it wasn't real. I haven't given this much thought, partially intentional, but mostly because there's not many reasons for the subject to resurface. When I was in high school, my dad brought home a real barfly one night, one that said she was into witchcraft, something a sad woman hoping to gain favor with her suitor's kin would say. I think her name was Donnie, so I'll call her Donnie. When they got back to the house, my dad instantly passed out the moment he hit the couch, and he was Donnie's ride home. We didn't have a big house, and it felt wrong leaving her in the living room, so I sat in the kitchen with her, and she told me about her son that was around my age, her job, and why she started getting into witchcraft. Her ex-husband wasn't a good guy, and that got him into trouble with people he owed money to. When he went missing, Donnie knew exactly what happened, because his ghost made contact with her. That's how she knew he didn't just up and run off. His ghost came to her, told her where to find his stash. The very next day, a few guys forced their way into her house with guns. There was a scar above Donnie's left eye, about 3 inches long, from where one of the men had pistol whipped her. They probably would have killed her if she didn't have the rest of the goods they were looking for. She said that her life used to be a lot different, and the witchcraft that she was trying to learn was banishment spells, because after her ex gave her the warning, his spirit never left the house. She said his energy clouded up the room like cigarette smoke, heavy, dark. Every inhale felt like a struggle to hold in tears. The spells she was trying hadn't worked up to the point where I'd met her. I could tell by the way she described her problem. It felt current, and she never concluded with a resolution. I only heard about her failed spells and how every time they didn't work, it would increase the negative energy in her home. It was unbearable. Her son was a baby at the time, and Donnie said that she would hear her ex's voice coming through the baby monitor. Whispers, apologies. She said she forgave him over and over, screaming it out into the nothingness. I forgive you. Please go to heaven now. but she said that he never did. Donnie thought that him being there left the spiritual door open for more things to enter her home, as the figures that she had seen passing through the hallways weren't always her ex's shape. She said that she was once woken up by her son's shrieks in the baby monitor. He didn't have many words to describe what scared him, but the words he did use were specific. When she picked him up, he was in hysterics, saying, "Bad mommy hurt." Donnie claimed, along with her ex's ghost, she'd seen a glimpse of a tall, rail-thin figure, one with long hair, standing in the living room one morning. She disappeared like the memory of a dream right in front of her, but she believed it wasn't pareidolia and associated her son's bad mommy with that entity. When she was a teenager, around my age at the time, Donnie said she tried to off herself in a bathtub. She said that she did die, but she was brought back to life. She thinks that's why she's more tuned in to the spiritual realm. I let her talk, not necessarily believing her stories, but not challenging or being rude, just giving her attention, but not taking it serious. Not until Donnie said, "Your mom loves you." It caught me off guard because I wouldn't think my dad would have opened up about her death, but apparently he hadn't told her anything about my mom. Donnie knew nothing about her, and surely not that she was dead. It came out of nowhere, and I felt the tears form on my eyelids. I wasn't feeling emotional or sad. It was the weirdest sensation. But I believed something prompted Donnie to deliver that message. I wouldn't have taken anything seriously if I didn't sit there and listen to her ramble that night. It was a really strange thing that didn't seem to go further than that night. She said the comment, then immediately started talking about how she likes the band Slipknot. I didn't see Donnie again after that night, and I've always wondered what happened to her. Bringing home floozies from the bar wasn't uncommon for my dad. There were girls before and after Donnie. I don't even think my dad would remember her name if I asked about her. But we shared a moment that I'll never forget that night, and I'll always be curious what happened with Donnie. When I was 13, my family stayed at my mom's friend's house in the mountains of Pennsylvania, really beautiful and desolate. I didn't really sleep well the first night because I had to sleep in the living room, which had floor-to-ceiling windows on two of the walls overlooking this beautiful scenery. There were no blinds or curtains. I finally got tired around 1 a.m. after hours of watching TV and got ready to sleep. I accidentally knocked an ashtray down and picked up the butts. I told myself that I'd clean up the ashes in the morning because I didn't know where the vacuum was. I woke up about an hour later to a scuffering sound next to my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a worn work boot scuffing the ashes into the carpet. I looked up expecting to see my mom's friend's husband, but instead I saw an old man that I hadn't seen before. I wasn't afraid, and he didn't seem out of place. I said to the old man, "I'm sorry. I was going to clean that up in the morning." He smiled and replied, "Shh, it's all right, sweetie. Go back to sleep." I woke up in the morning to the ashes almost completely gone, like someone had scuffed them into the carpet. I asked the adults if any of them had done it, but they all said no. I kind of forgot about it for a while, but years down the road I asked my mom's friend about the old man. She said it was probably her grandfather. He was the one who had built the house, and he adored kids. She sent me a photo of him, and surprise, surprise, it was the same man I saw. I used to work in a theater with a ghost. It was the ghost of a young girl who lived in the attic space where costumes were stored. I could just feel her when I went up there and tried to open and be friendly. The two costume designers I worked under both pissed her off. One did so by giving away all of these 80s sequin dresses. She loved to play with them. Another did so by totally reorganizing everything. I think I ended up on her good side because I simply believed that she existed, and I talked to her. Because of this, I was the only one who could find anything up there. The two costume designers who would go looking for something that they knew they'd seen before, but then it wouldn't be where they expected it to be. Whereas I could go up there, put my hands on almost anything I needed immediately, or anything they needed too. She also would help me find things that I didn't know where they were by playing hot or cold with me. My arms would warm up when I was flipping through the racks, as if I was getting closer. If I asked her for something that we didn't have, my arm would become freezing, almost as though I'd plunged into ice water. It was so bad, one of our costume designers would try calling me to try to find things even after I left that job. So yeah, I believe in ghosts. I worked with one. I used to work the front desk in a creepy old hotel in the Rocky Mountains. There were lots of haunting stories about this place, but I was agnostic about all that stuff. The hotel had a piano in one of the common rooms where I used to sit and play to pass the time. Guests would often come and listen, but the way the room was arranged, my back was to the sitting area, so I couldn't see them while I was playing. If I'd heard someone come in, I'd turn around and say hi between songs so that they knew they weren't bothering me. One day, I was in the middle of a piece, and I heard someone sit down, not on the couch on the other side of the room as usual, but in the wicker chair right behind me. It makes quite an unmistakable sound when you sit in a wicker chair. If you've heard it, you know. I just kept playing the piece until the end, and then turned around to say hi, but there was nobody there. I figured they must have gotten up while I was absorbed in playing and turned back around to play something else, and then I heard them get up. Again, not a sound that's easily confused with any other sound. I whipped around immediately, saw no one, and then I also heard footsteps departing down the hallway. I checked, and there was nobody in the hallway. I know it sounds spooky, but I really felt like somebody just wanted to hear Moonlight Sonata. When I was a kid, we always used to see my great-grandfather in the house that I grew up in. Apparently, he took a shine to me, since I was born about a year after he died, so he followed me when I moved out on my own. I was married and pregnant with my oldest child, and the apartment we lived in had 2 stories. I was walking down the stairs toward the end of my term, and I lost my balance. I felt him grab my ankle and shove my foot back onto the stair. When I said thank you, he brushed his finger over my cheek, which had been his way of letting me know that he was there since I was small. Another experience I had, one of my best friends, his favorite pranks was to zap my car. I'd get in the stereo, the heat, the AC, the wipers, everything would be on full blast. The station would even be changed to his favorite music over mine. How he did this from 1,000 miles away, I never figured out. But when I found it, I would always yell his name. I'd get a text or a call within a few minutes and he'd be laughing. About 15 years ago, he died very suddenly. In the week of his funeral, which I was unable to attend, I got in my car and promptly got zapped. Without thinking, I yelled at him, and I heard him laugh and say, "Gotcha." My last experience is a memorable one. I was in the ER after having a bad miscarriage, compounded by a bad reaction to the unknown pain meds that were given to me in my IV. I was alone, cold, bleeding, feeling my heart slowing down, and I dropped my call button, so I couldn't even ring for help. All of a sudden, I'd felt not my great-grandfather, but my grandfather who had died 20 years earlier. He came into the room, took my hand, and said, "You didn't think I'd let you go through this alone, did you?" He sat with me, held my hand until my then husband arrived. He saw my condition and started screaming for help. My grandfather's worst fear was dying alone, and my mom sat and held his hand until he died. I think he came back to make sure that if the worst happened, I wouldn't be alone either. My Aunt Libby hates Dolly Parton. Now, where we're from, an opinion like that is considered blasphemous on all accounts, so a few nights back, when 9 to 5 started playing on the Spotify, and she told me to change the song, I may have spoken out of turn when I looked at her and said, "You must be out of your fucking mind, Auntie." I don't know what came over me, but only a raging lunatic would have suggested changing the song. She said, "What?" And I doubled down, pulling into question her Tennessee heritage. I deserved to have a beer tossed my way. Hell, I expected the blue aluminum can to be thrown. What I didn't account for was Libby's throwing abilities and how full the beer would be. Both maxed out in their own respects. There's still a bruise above my right eye where she got me. I said, "Damn, Auntie," and then started telling her about all of the charitable work Dolly does for all of Tennessee, around the world, too. Auntie told me it wasn't about who she was as a person. It's her music she can't listen to, and it has nothing to do with the actual music itself. I said that don't make no sense at all, and that's when Auntie Libby told me to shut the hell up and she'd explain. She starts by telling me, "If you laugh, I'm gonna beat your ass." She actually said that, so I wasn't prepared for the story she actually went into, and I don't know what part she thought I would laugh at, but I promise there was no humor to be found in her story, and I wound up feeling pretty terrible for bringing up such a sore subject. Auntie grew up near Memphis in a little duplex with her mom and dad and her brother, my future dad. They shared the residence with another family who also had a little girl around Libby's age. At the time, they would play together on the front deck both houses shared. They were Unit A, and Libby's was Unit B. The girl's name was JoJo, and one summer afternoon, the girls were playing dolls on the front deck over by JoJo's front door. With the way the sun came around, Unit A spent most of the time in the shade. Next, Libby says they both watched a young man come running around the corner of their street. As he was jetting past the duplex, he looks over and notices the girls. Slowing his pace down to a jog, he throws a white brick in their direction. Both of the girls duck out of the way, and it bounces into JoJo's front door. The man screams, "Hide it!" as he disappears in between another set of houses. Seconds later, more galloping sets of feet come rounding the corner. 2 police officers were in hot pursuit behind the man. They pay the girls no attention as they ran by. Only when they're out of sight do the girls turn around to inspect what had gotten chucked at them. Libby picked it up. They both inspected every angle of it, but neither of them could figure out what it was. It was shaped like a brick, but not made of concrete. It looked like something white had been tightly packed in plastic, compacted into a dense rectangular package. The guy that threw it sure acted like it was important to him. JoJo's dad was on probation, and if the cops came back, she didn't want them coming to her door. She was terrified of the police. They beat her dad pretty good in front of the family last time he was arrested. Beat him right on the spot where they were playing just 2 years prior. Her mom had a restraining order against him, but after he got out, the Lovebirds had resolved things and gotten back together. JoJo told Libby to take the brick over to her unit to hide it somewhere there. Libby didn't argue because she'd also seen JoJo's daddy get his ass whooped that day. She could also recognize JoJo probably had bigger feelings about how everything transpired. Libby's daddy was standing right next to her watching the cops take turns using their boots and billy clubs on JoJo's dad. They were yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." It was Libby's dad who was brave enough to crack the door open a bit and say something like, "All right, gentlemen, let's wrap it up over there." Needless to say, nobody wanted to relive that day. Not Libby, not JoJo, and surely not her poor daddy. So Libby had the bright idea to stash the brick in a cupboard under the sink, behind the chemical sprays and extra sponges. She returned to the shady side of the porch, triumphant in her goal to fulfill the stranger's request, and both girls would return to their imaginary fantasy land with their dolls. The next day, Libby would get up and go to school like any typical day, but when she got home, she opened her front door, and the first person she saw was her brother, Laney. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible boulder while up against the wall. He had both of his arms frozen in an L position. His head was ducking down, and suddenly she heard the swish of a leather belt cutting through the air and landing square on Laney's shoulder with a loud smack. He's screaming, confused as hell why he's getting the belt right now. Walking into the house and setting down her backpack, Libby stands there trying to figure out what's going on. Their mom's also in the living room, and she's equally as fumed as their dad. She's yelling at Laney, asking if he's some gorilla pimp drug dealer. Libby asks what he did, and their mother tells her that her big brother thinks he's a hustler. She went under the sink looking for a cleaning sponge, and can you guess what she found? Libby had a good idea, but she let her mom say it, because she really didn't know what exactly that brick was made out of until her mom said it. Then she flushed it to hell. It was only when their dad had tired himself out that he had stopped to listen to Libby explain the full story of how the brick came to be. Everyone went to bed feeling weird that night. Libby says another week would go by and nobody would mention it again. The whole thing was practically forgotten by the family until that fateful night. Libby's family was watching Alf on TV, and their dad had to keep turning up the volume to compete with the neighbors' music shaking the wall they shared. For some reason, they were playing Dolly Parton vinyls on full blast and dancing around like barnyard animals. It was all interrupted when a pair of headlights panned across their windows. A car was turning to park outside of the duplex. They didn't have a driveway, and so the car parked in front of their dad's work truck. Laney was trained to peek outside the blinds to make sure nobody was stealing tools from the truck. These men pulling up weren't interested in the truck. They killed the engine, and 3 men exited the vehicle, and they wasted no time walking straight to the duplex. Laney relays what he's seeing, and their dad turns down Alf when they heard the neighbor's door get a few loud knocks. Libby and everyone in Unit B sit quietly, trying to hear what's going on. Dolly Parton's still playing on max volume, but they could hear men shouting and things breaking over the music. They were screaming. Jojo's mom was the loudest, but they were all in hysterics. Libby's dad called the cops, and while on the phone with the operator, a series of gunshots ring out over the noise. A bullet goes through the wall and embeds itself inches above Laney's head. The screaming was replaced by footsteps and slamming doors as the men exited the unit and ran back to the car. What was left was only a Dolly Parton song to fill the deathly silence. A few minutes later, the police arrived, but the shooters were long gone by then, and Jojo's family were all deceased. They interviewed the adults in Libby's unit. They described what they'd seen and heard, the best that they could, but she doesn't remember ever hearing anyone getting charged for it. The police suggested that Libby's family get a motel for the night while they worked through the crime scene. The next day, they thought the property would have been cleaned up in some way by the cops, but besides the caution tape and various warnings stapled to the door of Unit A, it remained pretty much untouched after that night. The landlord never got around to cleaning it up. That side of the duplex stayed boarded up indefinitely. Libby told me that the worst part of it all would be when the family continued to hear noises coming from their neighbor's vacant unit. The parents couldn't explain it. Their dad would reluctantly walk across the deck to check if anyone had broken into the other unit because some of the sounds they'd hear were clearly recognizable as humans laughing and talking. Libby said she'd often hear Jojo's voice talking, and she always thought that she was trying to talk to her. Libby would put her ear against the wall to listen, but the voices would always stop, like they knew someone was eavesdropping. Their family had to live like that for a whole year until their lease was up. And honestly, I can't imagine that. I also can't understand why my dad never thought to tell me this story. This is my first time to ever admit this, and I haven't talked to anyone about this because I don't need any judgment about the relationship I have with my dad. I'd say about 2 years ago was when I officially cut contact with him and the rest of that side of the family. I'm in my 30s, and I have a family of my own now. Dealing with his belligerence was no longer worth whatever benefits I thought keeping him in my life would provide. 5 years ago, my mom passed away, and he latched onto the tragedy as an excuse to continue drinking instead of mourning properly. And it wasn't her death that got him drinking. He'd always been a drinker. He even owned a bar in his heyday, and that's where he met Joyce. Then he sold it a few years later, moved us all to Montana. He used to be a functioning drunk, but her death allowed him to go full force into the bottle, as it was the only love that wouldn't leave him. I tried to get him into rehab several times. He'd always been a closeted drunk, lying about his addiction any chance drinking came up. He's a lost cause, and I'm going to leave it at that. The last conversation I had with him was on the phone while I was on a break at work. He called me completely shit-faced. When I asked, "Dad, it's 9:30 in the morning. Are you drunk right now?" He got pissed, denied it like he always did, even though he couldn't form a full sentence to tell me otherwise. The last words I said to him were, "Call me when you're sober." And don't worry, I've already done therapy to get over this health problem. She's the one that said I either need to accept my dad for who he is, or accept that I won't have contact with him. I saw him do that with his mom, my grandma. She used to live in our basement for years, just drinking and waiting for death to come knocking. I watched my dad go into debt trying to take care of her. I watched him have to choose between medications and the mortgage so many times it was a balancing act that my grandma would outlive past the foreclosure. I refused to let that be my adult life, and I resented my dad for being so willing to let that be his. I could go on, but I'd be beating a dead horse at this point, and you either get it or you don't. Either way, that's not the reason for this. After I cut ties with him, I've been hearing my mom's voice. It's not every day, but it's multiple times a week. I hear something that sounds identical to her tone and cadence. It happens randomly. Been happening for 2 years. Like she's just out of view in the other room. I hear her say my name sometimes, and sometimes it's, "Call Dad." Her name was Joyce. She was my stepmom, not even my real mom. But that's how you know my real mom was into some bad shit if my dad got custody of me. Joyce met my dad when I was 12. As much as she wanted to fill the mother role for me, it was a business I didn't really invest in with her. She was also an enabler. I thought having her around would get my dad to improve himself, but they met through friends at a sports bar. She was already accustomed to that lifestyle, with a few ex-husbands under her belt as well. Could Joyce have gotten a better catch than my father? Yes, absolutely. But she settled because at least he wouldn't leave her. And if that ain't a strong woman role model for you to watch, then I don't know what is. Growing up, I tried to do the opposite of what I saw her do, and for that, I'm not a silly girl with daddy issues. I'm a woman that knows how to conduct herself with self-worth above the level of a submissive, worn-out doormat. So, I can't help but to get pissed off when I hear Joyce's voice. Especially when it sounds like it's coming from the other room, calling my name, telling me to call my father, because I'm not going to. She either didn't know how bad of a dad he really was, or she willingly chose to ignore it because that was easier than causing any waves. Either way, I'm not fulfilling those wishes, and I've screamed at her to just go to heaven or go haunt my dad's place. Go sit in the dark corners of his home and call out, "Get sober, call your daughter." because over here, Joyce's ghostly efforts are falling on deaf ears. My sons told me about the yellow-haired lady that plays with him in his room. Joyce was a blonde. Ethan's 3 years old, turning 4 in November. From the baby monitor we have in his room, my husband Joel has seen him have full-on conversations with something invisible. Running around his room, acting like he was getting tickled. It really creeped him out, and I didn't care for it too much either. One day, Ethan and I are on the topic of everyone starting out as a baby. He couldn't believe his mom used to be a baby like him, so I dug out a few photo albums that showed my age progression, at least till 13 or 14. The first picture that he sees with Joyce in it, Ethan starts pointing to it, saying, "That's her. That's the yellow-haired one." Of course it is. Since he was born almost regularly, Ethan's acted like he could see someone playing with him. Now that he's 3 and has a little vocabulary built up, he's been able to describe what he's seeing. Recently, I had a bit of a visual disturbance of my own. I'd just put him to bed for a nap. Joel was at work. It was the middle of the day. Walking out of Ethan's room, my back's facing the hallway, as I slowly close his door, trying not to wake him up again. I'm in our hallway, and when I turn around, I saw a tall man sidestep out of view into the bathroom, like he was trying not to get caught. I've seen shadow figures in the corner of my view before. Sometimes they could be floaties stuck in my eyes, but this man wasn't a silhouette, and I saw him straight on. He wore a white button-up with suspenders to hold his black pants, black shaggy hair, and an unkempt goatee. He was also partially see-through, tissue paper thin, and the direction he stepped would have been impossible if he had mass, because the bathroom door opens up right against the wall with a towel rack on it. Nobody could just move out of sight. That's how I knew he wasn't an intruder, but it still spooked me enough to scream and jump back into Ethan's room, waking him up. The person I saw standing there was definitely not Joyce. So now, who is that? Why are they here now? I told Joel about it when he got home that night, but what could he do about it? If anything, it just scared him more than he had already been. But human communication was invented to warn each other of danger. I've done no research to back that up, but I'm willing to bet Ooga Booga meant watch out. And when I finished, Joel had a few Ooga Boogas of his own that he'd experienced. For some reason, I think he didn't want to scare me because I'm the one primarily in the house while he's out. I told him to tell me about everything, though, because this is the stuff I'd really like to know. And if he's capable of hiding ghost encounters, he's capable of hiding loose women encounters. That was a lighthearted joke to break it up. I can vouch for that. I could understand his apprehension, though, because his story involved Ethan with a nail gun. Joel swears he would have never left a nail gun turned on just laying on the kitchen floor, but somehow he's folding laundry in the living room, and from behind him, he starts hearing something getting slammed around in the kitchen. He was already convinced the house was haunted because he had been hearing a woman's voice for a while as well, but he attributed it to Joyce and couldn't make out what was actually being said. Hearing the ruckus grow, the hair stood up on his neck. The kitchen was right directly behind him, over the lip of the couch, but he didn't want to look. And then he heard Ethan's voice say, "Thank you." That makes Joel turn around, and he sees him standing in the kitchen, looking into the discharged opening of the gun. He was holding on to the gun with both hands, grazing the trigger each time he shook it to hear the nails jingle inside the magazine. Joel leapt over the couch and pulled it out of Ethan's hands just as a nail shoots out. It went into the soft skin under Joel's jaw and stuck there. He pointed to a large red dot I noticed earlier, but I didn't stare at it because I thought it was a zit or something. I would have never guessed. He thought I was going to get mad and think that he was a bad dad, so he didn't tell me. And the nail wasn't a hospital wound, so it was easy to brush over. Joel removed the battery from the bottom and put the nail gun back into the drawer in the garage where it had been. That's where he said it never should have moved from. He said another time I was at home with Ethan and he was working late. He got a Ring doorbell notification, and when he pulled it up, he said that there were people outside our front door, but they weren't knocking. Their bodies were facing the door, but both of their heads were staring directly into the Ring camera, back at Joel through the feed. Both of their features were so sunken in, he wasn't able to see the color of their eyes beneath the shadows of their brows. His mic wasn't able to unmute fast enough for him to say anything before both of them quickly walked off the porch. He says they evaporated. But I know it's an older camera. That part may have been a pixelation problem. But he was positive that other things didn't morph into particles when they walked past the camera. He was in his car driving home right after seeing that, and I just thought that he was home early to surprise me, when in fact, before he'd come inside that night, he'd already combed the neighborhood and inspected every inch of our front, side, and backyards, looking for those people. Sometimes I wonder if all of this, the voices, the shadows, the strangers on the porch, has less to do with the house and more to do with me, with what I refuse to carry for my father. Joyce keeps trying to bridge something that I've already burned down, and every time I hear her voice in the other room, I know it isn't for Ethan. It isn't even for Joel. It's for me. A reminder and a demand. But what unsettles me more is the feeling that not all of these experiences are hers. The man in suspenders, the faceless pair at the door, they aren't family. They don't want reconciliation. They just watch. It's a steady, patient kind of watching, like they've been here far longer than I've realized, waiting for the moment that I'm weak enough to let them get closer or something. And if they've been invited by the cracks of my family left behind, then maybe that's the real curse. Once you open the door to the past, you don't get to choose who walks through. The longer this goes on, the more I notice little things changing. Cold spots in the hallway, the faint smell of Joyce's perfume drifting through the kitchen when I'm cooking dinner, Ethan waking up with new words that he swears someone whispered to him in the dark. Joel swears that he still hears someone walking at night when we're both in bed. But when he gets up to check the house, everything's quiet. And when I lie awake, I start to question if Joyce is really trying to help, or if she's only the mask, the familiar voice that I can stomach, the bait to keep me listening. Because once I'm listening, anything else can speak through. I used to scream at her to go haunt my dad and to leave me alone, but lately, I catch myself wishing that she would come back instead of the others. Her voice saying my name, it started to at least feel safer than the whispers I don't recognize. I guess at the end of the day, it's better to have a voice you recognize, because I really don't know how I'd feel if a voice I didn't recognize started calling my name, my son's name. Yeah, Joyce, she's all right. When this all started, it was supposed to be the chill weekend we all needed. 4 of us, 1 borrowed shanty, a pile of gas station snacks, and a lake that you have to lie to your mother about because the turnoff sign is missing, and the cell service gives up halfway there. We've fished that general area since high school. The lake's the only one that freezes flat enough most years to pretend we know what we're doing. We got out before sunrise and punched the first hole near the drop-off that we like. The ice was thick enough to make those good hollow knocks when the auger bites. The air was so cold that it felt like it made noise. We did the dumb jokes, the first beer at 8 a.m., the whole ritual. The first few hours, nothing but a couple lazy perch and so much coffee I could hear my own heartbeat. But around noon, the light did that white-on-white thing, where the sky and the ice forgot that they're supposed to be different. I was sitting half in, half out of the shanty, with my gloves off to mess with the line, and I noticed a glow under the hole that wasn't the reflection of anything we had. It looked like somebody had put a flashlight on low under there, moving it in slow circles. "Phone light?" Tom said, and held his over the hole. When he did, the glow under the ice paused and drifted away. We all made the same idiot face and leaned in, because the next instinct after fear is curiosity if you're with friends. It came back near Mike's hole, 5 feet over. Not bright, just obvious. The color wasn't right for a phone. It was the pale kind of glow that you get from a glow stick after 3 hours of use, except it wasn't green or blue. It was almost the same color of the snow. A shape moved inside of it, quick like a fish. Then another. I remember thinking plankton, even though I know that doesn't light up under ice like that. "Bioluminescence?" Tom tried, because he likes big words when he's nervous. "Wrong lake for that," Mike said, but softer than usual. We got more holes going. You can judge us for that later. We weren't thinking bad idea. We were thinking that we'd just discovered a weird trick of light, and we wanted 10 weird tricks. When I started on the new hole, the auger snagged on something that wasn't ice, not a branch or a rock. The motor bogged and the handle jerked. I killed it before it snapped my thumb. When I pulled up, there was something on the blade that slid off back into the hole with this slow, thick reluctance. It was dark, darker than the lake water should have been, and it left a stain on the clear ice. At the edge, it looked like coffee had been spilled into glass. "Dude," Tom said. "Dude." We all leaned in again, because apparently we don't learn. The glow that had been wandering took a straight line toward a new hole and stopped under it. The ice there was maybe 10 inches thick, clear as a window. Pressed against it from below was a pale hand. That was what my brain said first. Hand. Because it was the right overall shape. But the fingers seemed wrong in a way that makes everything hurt. Too long, too even. Like nobody had ever jammed them in a car door or chewed a nail. No webbing or hair. Because of how it was facing, I couldn't see if there were nails or not. But I could see that the skin was so smooth. There were clearly no fingerprints or texture. It just lay flat against the ice like it was feeling for warmth. Then it curled its fingers, and there was a tapping sound. It was like a knocking on a table to get someone's attention, but one we couldn't recreate on the ice. We all went still together, like birds deciding that the shadow is close enough to matter. The tapping had that dull underwater quality, a little late for our ears. The hand slid sideways, slow, exploring the underside of the ice toward the first hole that we drilled. We backed up uncoordinated like kids in a haunted house. The glow moved with us. I don't remember choosing to talk, but I heard myself say, "We should go." Nobody argued. That's the part that tells me that I wasn't making it bigger in my head. We're not a group that leaves fish on the finder. We started tossing gear into the sled. Mike grabbed the auger, probably because he wanted something that looked like a weapon. When he yanked it up, the smell hit us. It wasn't rot. It was gas. It was like mud from too deep down. The first breath you take opening a cold freezer that's been off for a year. It made my tongue feel coated. He swore and gagged, and we all started laughing. Because that's what your body does when the fight or flight switch flips, and there's no fight that you can get your hands around. Under the hole, The glow fanned out wider, like something spreading a cloak. The hand, if we're calling it that, drifted away and found another pressed further out. The part we all collectively replay. As that second hand slid, I saw the suggestion of a face in the deeper ice between our holes. Not the face itself, the negative space of one. Eyes darker than dark, and big where they shouldn't have fit. Nothing about it felt right, correct, but we were all seeing it, and we couldn't explain what it was. Tom said my name like I was supposed to know the counterspell, and I just said, "Go." And my voice had the shape of a prayer without any words in it. We hauled. The sled was heavier than it should have been, and the path back looked longer than when we came out. The ice made those big drum sounds that every lake talks in sometimes, traveling cracks far away, not breaking, just speaking. Each one felt personal. The glow followed under us for maybe 20 yards, keeping pace like it was curious or trying to join. And then it veered off toward a darker patch, and it sank down slow and low until the ice went back to being nothing but ice. At the truck, I realized my hands were shaking hard enough that I dropped the keys, and I had to go down on one knee to get them. My knee made a round spot in the snow, perfect like a stamp. I thought of the handprint under the ice, and I stood up so fast that black sparkled for a second. We didn't talk about it driving out. Mike rolled the window down even though it was stupid cold, trying to get the smell out of his head. At the highway, Tom said, "So, bioluminescence is real, though." We all laughed, harder than we should have, because of our nerves. Back in town, we hit the deli, I guess not wanting to go home with it still in the air around us. The lady behind the counter asked how the fishing was, and I said, "We caught a story." And she said that was the saddest thing she'd heard all day, and gave us extra pickles. I Googled all the usual things later. Ice bubbles, methane, weird lake bacteria, light tricks. I found videos of anglers tapping the underside of clear ice. Lots of pretty stuff, but none of it looked like what we saw. None of the stuff on there had hands. We went back for the shanty the next day because we left it. The holes had frozen over an inch or two. In the new ice over, the one where the auger snagged, there was a cloudy swirl like something had been stirred into the freeze and then changed its mind. It had a tint to it I don't want to describe because I can taste it when I think about it. If there's a version of this where we were just scared of light and our own reflections, I would like to subscribe to that reality. But I keep thinking about the way that it tapped and how it looked. It wasn't angry. It was just, hey, like you'd knock on glass to get someone's attention. I don't think it wanted to break through. I think the ice was the point. A window, not a barrier. I think whatever lives under there wanted us to see that it could get to the window whenever it liked. And we've got other lakes, and I'm okay with never going back to that one, even if the perch get huge by late winter. Mike says that we should try it just one more time, when it's thick enough to park on. Tom says he's bringing flares because that'll definitely fix it. I say maybe I'll take up bowling instead of fishing. I'm not sure if this fits here, but it's been eating at me. I'm not claiming monsters. I'm just telling you what I saw and heard, and if there's some boring explanation, I'll honestly sleep better. This was in the hills where my mom's side is from. There's a back road that nobody takes unless you live out there, and there's a tight S-curve around a drop that locals call Devil's Bend. The guardrails beat to hell from folks learning the hard way in winter. My cousin Levi and I took his dad's old tent up there because we were 17 and freedom is cheap if you don't mind ticks. We set up at a pull-off just past the bend, so we weren't camping right on the road like idiots. Fire, hot dogs, the usual. We saw 2 deer cross at dusk, and a truck rumble by at like 10 p.m. That was the last car. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a noise that went straight through me. Not a coyote yip. This was high and long and tube-shaped. Like somebody trying to scream, but their mouth was too big for the sound. Levi sat straight up and looked at me. "You hearing that?" We both stopped breathing, and it came again from up the road, around the bend. It bounced off the trees and came back wrong and distorted. For whatever reason, we went to go look. No guns, just one flashlight that was older than me. I held it, and Levi had a hatchet because it made him feel braver. We stuck to the edge of the asphalt and eased toward the curve. The woods were all wet leaves, black trunks. It was foggy. It stayed at ankle height, though. When we made the bend, the beam hit the guardrail and caught eye shine. Red, quick. Something was crouched on the top rail, hands on the post like a wrestler waiting to jump. I say hands because that's what they looked like in the splash of light. Long fingers, monkeyish, not paws. It didn't have hair that I could see, but the arms were long, knees bent the wrong way, or a lot deeper than mine ever could bend. The mouth looked way too wide, like it had been cut bigger than it should be. I know that sounds like I'm trying to be creepy, but I'm telling you that it made my brain slide around because the proportions were off. It turned its head sharp to face us, and I swear that mouth, it stretched more. I don't know. The shine wasn't eye shine like a deer either. It was like the wet inside caught the light. Levi whispered to me, "Dude." And that broke whatever spell I was under. I hit it with the light dead on. It dropped. Just folded off the rail with this jointy spider move and slipped down the embankment on all fours, quiet as a cat. We heard leaves, maybe a couple stones, and then it was really silent. The screams didn't come back. We didn't chase it because we're not total idiots. We went back to camp, stuffed the tent in the trunk like we were being timed, and then we sat in the car until dawn with the doors locked, which is hilarious because rolled-up windows do not stop monsters. We left when the sun got gray in the trees. In daylight, we went back. Yeah, dumb again. On the guardrail, there were these marks on the aluminum where it had been perched. It wasn't like a cat scratch. 5 divots together, like fingers had been pressed and slid a little. I put my own hand there, and the spacing was off. Too long between the index and the middle, if it was a person's hand. Maybe somebody messed with it. Sure. But you could feel the ridges. We told Levi's dad, and he said that it was probably a bobcat making mating sounds, and we scared it off. It jumped. Maybe. I've heard bobcats. This was too aimed, like it was warding off, not like it just wanted to be heard. I don't drive Devil's Bend at night anymore. You can roast me for being a coward, that's fine. If it was a normal animal, it was wearing a face that didn't fit right. If it wasn't, then I don't want to meet it when it's not crouching. If anyone's got a non-nightmare explanation for long-armed thing with too wide of a mouth sitting on a guardrail screaming at 3 a.m., I'm really open to it. I used to work night shifts at this old bowling alley just off the highway. Mostly part-time stuff, cleaning up after league nights, fixing stuck lanes, keeping drunk guys from climbing into the pin machines, stuff like that. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet and weirdly peaceful after closing. There was a row of lockers in the back hallway, metal ones with chipped paint that used to be for regulars years ago. Nobody really used them anymore, except for a couple of old-timers who still kept their shoes and lucky balls locked up. There was one locker, number 19. It was always open. Every night I'd close it, double-check the latch, and the next shift it would be open again. Not busted or hanging, just swung open, like someone had been in it. I thought maybe a customer or another employee was messing with me, so I started padlocking it at the end of my shift. It didn't matter, though. The next night, the padlock would be sitting on the floor, locker open, still empty inside. I brought it up to my manager once. She got really quiet and just said, "Maybe don't touch that one anymore." I asked why, and she just walked away. Wouldn't even look at me. A few nights later, I was closing alone. Everyone was gone. I was doing my final sweep when I heard something slam in the back hallway. Locker 19. I went to check, and sure enough, it was wide open. But this time, there was something inside. It looked like a piece of an old work shirt, faded red, smelled like metal and dust. I shut the locker and started to walk away, but then I heard this sound. Low, wet breathing. Not from the hallway, from the ball system, near lane 8. It wasn't running. I got close, thinking maybe something had fallen inside. I leaned down and reached towards the chute, and something pulled back. Not hard, just enough for me to feel it. Cold, damp, like a hand brushing past mine. I left everything where it was. Didn't clock out or finish closing. I called in sick for the rest of the week. When I came back, locker 19 had a sign taped to it, "Do not open." It didn't stop it from being open, though. I try to avoid lane 8, but not exactly possible. Sort of hard to explain that you're not willing to clean or fix something because you think it's haunted. I work the night shift at a logistics center outside the city. My commute home is usually the only quiet part of my day, but it takes me down a section of Route 179 that's pitch black and always freezing in the winter. It was about 2:15 a.m., dry, cold, zero wind, just silent darkness. I was cruising along listening to a true crime podcast when I saw lights ahead. At first, I thought it was a semi-truck approaching, 2 very bright points of light, low to the ground. But as I got closer, maybe half a mile out, they stayed put. They weren't moving. They were flickering in a way that wasn't quite right for headlights. I slowed down a little and realized what I was seeing. Emergency lights. Dim, but more obvious now. They were 2 distinct orbs, one bright white, one electric blue, cycling rapidly. Just like the old-school dome lights on a Crown Victoria or an older State Patrol vehicle. They weren't reflecting. They were rotating maybe 2 feet above the asphalt. They didn't cast any light on the trees or the guardrail. They were a self-contained, intense glow directly in my lane. As strange as it was, my rational brain took over. An accident. Out here, on a night this cold, someone could freeze to death in an hour if they couldn't get help. I instinctively hit the brakes. My thought process was, I'm the first responder. I have to see what happened. I slowed to a stop about 50 feet away. I shifted into park and reached for my phone to call 911, ready to report my location and start searching for victims. The second I stopped moving, it was like the world changed. My radio, which had been clear and crisp with podcast dialogue, was suddenly annihilated by a burst of screeching, ear-splitting static. It was so loud it actually hurt. And buried deep within the noise, I heard what sounded like a human shriek, a call of pure distress. At the exact same moment, the temperature in the car seemed to drop drastically. I had the heat blasting, but I looked down and I saw my own breath fog up in front of my face, like I was outside. A thin, instant layer of condensation formed on the inside of my driver's window. I could feel this heavy, killing cold flooding the space. It smelled like frozen wire. I looked up at the emergency lights hovering right above my hood. They were still flashing, but they looked less like a warning and more like two desperate, focused eyes. And they still had no car underneath them. Nothing. Just two floating, pulsing orbs of blue and white light. I snapped out of whatever cold I was in, and I realized this wasn't a crash. The cold wasn't a symptom of the winter. This was some other kind of cold. Survival instinct kicked in so fast I didn't even put the car in drive first. I just floored the gas. As the tires spun on the ice and caught traction, I felt the car shudder violently as I sped past the lights. I glanced in the rearview mirror. As I shot past the blue and white glow, they wobbled violently, almost dipping to the ground, and then they stayed there, hovering stationary in the lane where I had stopped. In the same instant I passed them, the static instantly cut out. The podcast snapped back on mid-sentence, and the heat returned to my car. The air was cleared. I didn't slow down for 10 miles. So yeah, I almost stopped to help an accident on the highway, except the emergency lights had no car attached to them. So I don't know what I was doing or what I saw. I'm not someone who considered myself a paranormal believer. I'm a back-end dev at a tech startup, and if you know anything about that world, you know the culture tends to be more skeptical and spiritual. We debug, we optimize, we don't sense things. We prove them, and we fix them. But I'm writing this because I don't know how else to explain what happened. I joined this company about 6 months ago. Small team, big ambitions. Your standard post-Series A grind. I was mostly tasked with cleaning up legacy code. Deep, ugly stuff that's been patched over by too many hands. A lot of it dated back to a major product overhaul from 2 years ago. During a launch that nearly tanked the company. One of the original developers died around this time. No one talked about it much. I didn't ask. Anyway, I was combing through a set of error logs that kept throwing up warnings tied to a module I hadn't touched yet. The logs referenced lines of code that didn't exist in our repo. I figured it was a misfire from a deprecated branch or a ghost file that someone forgot to kill during a migration. I know that all sounds like jargon, but basically, I thought it was something typical. Something I could fix. But it was something different. Hidden deep in a shared folder, a ghost file. Like 4 levels deep. It was a script that hadn't been touched in over 2 years. At first it looked like test junk, but I opened it. I noticed something weird. The comments. Most developers leave shorthand notes, quick stuff like fix later, this is a mess, don't touch, that kind of thing. But these were personal. I love you, Anna. I miss you, Katie. Thank you, Taryn. At first I thought someone was messing with me, but no one knew that I'd be the one assigned to this module. My name, Taryn, wasn't anywhere in the system when these were written. I hadn't even applied to this company yet. I tried to delete the file. The second I did, the lights in the office started to flicker. My monitor cut to black for maybe 5 seconds, and I was sure that I'd just broken everything. It was just long enough to make my stomach flip. And then it came back on. The file was still there, untouched. I left for the day. That night, curiosity got the better of me. I looked up the guy who worked on the project during the original launch. His name was Michael Rain, had died suddenly. There's a memorial post buried in the company's blog archives, full of polite corporate language. But I found the real obituary in a local paper archive, survived by his wife, Anna, and their daughter, Katie. I don't know what made me do it, but I reached out. I tracked down an old email address listed under a freelance site that he used. It was still active, forwarding to his wife, I presumed. I sent a message, explained who I was, what I found, and included the lines. I told her that I knew how strange it sounded, and that it wasn't meant to be intrusive. I just thought she should see it, because it felt like it was meant for her. She never responded, and honestly, I didn't expect her to, nor do I know if she ever got the message. The file's still there. The comments haven't changed. No new messages. No more glitches. Just silence now. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32, considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either, yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera. I used to volunteer at a wildlife sanctuary. I guess I probably shouldn't say which one, but we had a variety of animals, including bears. We had just taken in a grizzly that was born and raised in horrible conditions. Basically, he was a giant, angry bear, and rightfully so. I know some sanctuaries can be not as great as they appear, but the one I worked with was extremely professional. Everyone there truly just wanted the best for the animals. None of them could be released into the wild, so we were all they had. New volunteers weren't even allowed near the animals for the first week, and they weren't allowed to work unsupervised for up to 8 weeks pending performance and previous experience. One day, my supervisor called me to the office and introduced me to a young girl that we'll call Carol. She's going to be my new shadow. We got along fine. She was eager and seemed to have the necessary passion for animals. But she was a bit naive, to the point that it worried me. She believed that she had a sixth sense that allowed her to communicate with animals, that they inherently knew to trust her. I told her even if that were true, she absolutely could not test her theory at the sanctuary. We have plenty of animals that the volunteers can interact with, but we never go into the dangerous cages. There's no working your way up to playing with the lions, for example. At most, we clean their cages after the handlers move them. Carol wanted to pet everything. I caught her sticking her hand into the wolf enclosure while we were on break and had to go full boss mode on her. I hated when they made me do that. Anyway, she apologized and we got back to work. Eventually, we passed by the new grizzly's enclosure, and it was still groggy from being tranquilized. It needed a lot of medical procedures to get healthy again, so it was still pretty rough looking. I knew I made a mistake telling Carol its story as soon as I finished saying it. She wanted to run right in there, but the last thing that poor bear needed was her trying to mess with it while it already felt bad. It had a whole team of professionals trying to help it already. I repeated this to her several times. We managed to get through the rest of our shift with no further incidents, and I left feeling a glimmer of hope that she would do better the next day. I was wrong. When I arrived the following morning, I was pulled into the office and informed that Carol had snuck back into the sanctuary late the previous night. She wanted to keep the bear company in its scary new environment. So she climbed into its enclosure and tried to give it a fish. Sadly, she was mauled for her efforts. Not only did she go into the enclosure, she surprised the bear while it was sleeping. She never stood a chance. A few of the grizzly's handlers were sleeping in a crew cabin nearby, and they were able to get her out. She was then airlifted to the hospital, where she passed away shortly after surgery. That was over 10 years ago, but her death will always haunt me. I quit 2 months later. Being there was just too much. Carol's parents were destroyed, but they didn't blame the sanctuary. They said that she did that kind of thing all the time, and it's always been their worst fear that something like this would happen. I feel like that should make it easier to pass off the responsibility, but it doesn't. This kind of thing is never okay. I shouldn't have believed her when she promised to follow the rules. I should have told my supervisor how much she worried me. Maybe I couldn't have stopped her, but maybe I could have. I knew there would be somewhere I could send my story. It's the only time I've dealt with someone like this. I didn't even know this condition existed until it was shown to me in all of its unhinged glory. I worked at a fast food restaurant, and as I'm bringing out an order from the kitchen, I have a tray full of nuggets and fries that I'm supposed to deliver to a table. Out of nowhere, the store manager steps in my way looking pissed. He sometimes acted weird, but this was a whole new level of weird. The veins in his neck were bulging while he sucked in air, towering over me. I almost dropped the tray of food, but find its balance before all of the food fell. I say something like, "Whoa, Garrett." Literally something that small. "Whoa, Garrett." And he totally flipped his lid in front of everyone. All of the customers saw it. Everyone working in the back came out to watch him go off on me. It was embarrassing to have him yell at me like that, and I had no idea what he was ranting about. He started by yelling, "Is it really you this time?" I reply, "Yep, it's me." None of us on staff were aware of his condition. We didn't know the signs to watch out for or what to do in a moment of crisis. He says, "Are you sure you weren't the bitch at the store following me around? How long have you been stalking me? I knew it was you dressed up yesterday too, riding my ass in the car behind me." I told him that I take the bus. I even went as far as setting the food on the table to pull my bus pass out of my pocket, but he refused to believe me. The cooks vouched for me that I'd been there all day, but he accused them of being in on it with me, in on whatever story he'd made up in his head about me. Meanwhile, people got out their phones and started recording it. I was thinking I was going to need one of those videos for a lawsuit if things escalated further. He paced back and forth, listing off other instances where he'd seen me, in disguise, following him around. He was threatening to kill me if I kept doing it. A couple of coworkers had to pull him out of the restaurant so he could cool off. He wasn't even scheduled to be working that day. He came in with the sole purpose of yelling at me. He didn't come back that day, or ever again, I think. I quit soon after that went down, but what I heard is that when he left the restaurant, he got into a minor fender bender and ended up beating a lady half to death. He was arrested but mentally unfit to stand trial. The guy had documented schizophrenia. While on his medication, he was able to function. He worked his way up to manager at our store. Nobody knew. But either he stopped taking his meds or this new diagnosis was something unavoidable. But it's called Frigoli syndrome, and it's scary stuff. First and only person I've ever met with it. In the 90s, I waited tables at a popular seafood restaurant. One day, my boss hired a new busboy named, swear to God, Petroni. Everyone called him Roni. Roni was from Chicago and was really a decent guy. He moved to our town because of a girl, and he'd got dumped 6 weeks later. Kind of a cliche story. But he was only 23. He didn't know better yet. He came into the restaurant just wanting to make enough money for a plane ticket home. He was only supposed to be there for a few weeks, tops. Then he met Trinity, a 44-year-old woman with a heavy drug addiction and a history of violence. Somehow they hit it off, and the next thing you know, Roni isn't in such a rush to get home. Suddenly, it's a year later, and they're living in a shotgun house downtown. Roni went from being a pothead to doing all the hard stuff with Trinity. They had to deal on the side just to support their habit, and they were always getting their lights turned off for not paying their bills. For a while, Ronnie's parents would send him money, but when they got suspicious about his drug usage, they cut him off. They still offered to buy him a plane ticket, but he couldn't have any more cash. I bought them dog food all the time just to make sure their puppy wasn't starving too. Trinity had been pretty bad off since she started working at the restaurant. We'd never seen a healthy version of her, but it was incredibly sad to watch Roni waste away, knowing how healthy and vibrant he'd been just a year before. Eventually, the inevitable happened. He got stabbed and told the police that it was a random mugging, but we always wondered if Trinity had stabbed him or if it was over a drug deal. No one was ever arrested, no surprise there. Thankfully, he survived. but he lost his gallbladder. That was the wake-up call he needed to go home. He flew back to Chicago as soon as he was well enough to travel, and we never heard from him again. No social media back then. In 2010, Trinity's body was found in a ditch. Her clothes were removed, and she'd been strangled. She was still working for the restaurant at the time, and a mutual friend told me that the police didn't come down to question any of them. When they asked about the investigation, they were told not to get their hopes up. Trinity was well known and greatly disliked by the police, so they never even put effort into finding her killer. A coworker trauma dumped pretty hard on me today. It came out of nowhere and I navigated it well. I pride myself on holding a good poker face. It's my way to show non-judgment. I believe communication makes the world go round, and I cherish when someone can feel comfortable enough with me to share personal stories of what made them who they are. Today, Friday afternoon, the office is pretty much empty. I've been staring at a computer all day and went to get a cola from the staff lounge. I ran into another woman on my team. We'll call her Z. She smiled, I smiled, and then out of nowhere, she asks if I believe in aliens. I say yes, and we start talking about our theories. She tells me about an article she was reading about the mysterious Area 51. She jokingly says, "Americans are obsessed with aliens." This conversation somehow turns into her telling me some honestly very fascinating information about her Muslim faith. And this turns into her telling me about where she's originally from, and that turns into how she got here. And right in there, that's when I got the unintentional trauma dump, though I don't think she knew she was trauma dumping. In her words, it's all she knew of life at the time. While Z was talking to me, I felt so privileged to be where I am. I'm 40 years old and realized this woman's saying things that I've never heard someone tell me in real life, and I haven't been able to think about anything else for the rest of the day. I'm going to explain this the best I can, without trying to get anything wrong. If I do, let this be known. I'm terrible at geography, and I have zero depth or knowledge of the details. I'll do my best to re-trauma dump the trauma dump best I can. Z's family is Muslim, but where she's from, Muslims follow two distinct traditions. You're either Shia or Sunni. These two sectors don't like each other. Z's family was Shia. She lived with her mom, dad, and was the middle of three. Her older brother was 19, she was 16, and her younger sister was 10. Z's dad made computer things and was working with an American company, one that worked for the FBI. Because of his job, Z and her family were always moving around every few years. They had to live secretly, never reveal anything about their dad's real job. Fighting starts in the town that they're staying in. They're given an address and told that a new home will be waiting for them when they arrive. So they picked up their belongings and once again fled for another location in Iraq. After traveling for hours, they make it to their destination and soon find out that their new home is right in the middle of Sunni territory. This is bad for Z's family. I would have never imagined how bad until she told me. So this next part, it's important if you believe in the paranormal, supernatural stuff. I do. But if you don't, this part might not be significant for you. Personally, I was unable to control my jaw almost touching the floor. Z's at the part about her family moving into rival territory, and she asks me if I believe in ghosts. I do, I guess. Never seen one, but I have enough friends with random stories here and there that it would almost be disrespectful to them if I flat out said no. She says they're called jinn there. Her family's house had several, and they primarily tormented the children. Z thinks that they fed off of their fear, that they grew stronger during the months that they had to stay while the Americans tried to find them another location. Most of the days the family spent their time indoors and rarely interacted with the neighbors. There was a constant looming unease that their identities would be discovered. The jinn made themselves known to Z's younger sister, Nala, first. She was woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of a dog's whimpering. But the family didn't own any animals, and only she heard it. Alone, Nala would go searching for the source. Leaving her room, she walked into the hall believing the dog noises were coming from somewhere down on the first floor. She walks down a long stone hallway towards the stairs, all while the dog's high-pitched yelps are echoing around her. When her foot touches the first step, the whimpering she'd originally heard transformed into a sinister laughter, resonating from the bottom of the empty stairway. Then the laughter abruptly stopped, and Nala stood silent, frozen, at the top of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. The lights had been intentionally left off not to disturb the others sleeping, out of pure ingrained paranoia that someone could break in at any time. But Nala decided to turn on the lights to give one more good look around. But as she's reaching for the switch, disembodied footsteps begin dashing up the stairs towards her. Nala somehow suppressed her scream while running as fast as she could to Z's room. She woke her up in a panic and told her everything. After Z was able to calm Nala down, she got out her flashlight and they searched the house until they were certain that every door was locked and only family was inside. They both slept in Z's room that night. It was a large home with plenty of rooms, but when possible, the family always chose to sleep in the furthest rooms opposite of one another as they could. Even the mother and father would sleep alone in their own rooms of the house. They'd make a bed against the wall that the entry door swung towards, leave it open, and lay as tucked away as possible. I had to ask why. It's because if the unfortunate event of their home being targeted, they'd have a better chance of at least a few of them surviving if they weren't all bunched together like cattle. But exceptions were made when the rest of the family started having experiences of their own with the jinn. Candles randomly lit in the house, and whispers were commonly heard in the night. Z's dad was plagued with night terrors, ones that made it hard for him to sleep. Walking through the house one night, he watched their large living room couch slide at him effortlessly across the floor. It knocked him over, and he hit his head on the ground. I don't remember who found him in the morning, but there was a big pool of blood around him. They all thought that he was dead until he woke up. They also found small footprints, ones that looked like they had walked through the blood and up the wall. It wasn't the dad's blood. He didn't have any open wounds on his head, just a baseball-sized welt above his right eye. After Z's dad was convinced, all of them felt comfortable sharing their stories, hearing whispers, seeing shadows slink from the corners of the room, and misplaced items. These were all commonalities that they experienced. And scorpions. They'd find dozens of scorpions in their home, in their beds, clean laundry, hiding in their sandals. The mom and dad searched every inch of the house for holes or cracks, but nobody knew how the scorpions were getting inside. Apparently, everyone got stung at least once by one of those little devils. Z said that she was stung 4 times, once while she was sleeping. The surge of pain woke her up, and the scorpion, along with its stinger, was hanging off of her face when she sat up. The stinger embedded itself like a fishing hook into her bottom lip. It swelled up real big and stayed like that for over a week, she said. I remember thinking that this was as bad as the story would get, but when Z kept talking, I realized that was just the beginning of her story. I was about to learn how her family got out of there, how they ended up here in America. More specifically, everything that they lost to come here. This part was the trauma. Z told me about the night that her family's location was compromised by their rival, the Sunnis. They had no choice but to flee. The plan was to escape to a new, safer location, but before they could get that far, they were ambushed. She described the scene vividly, how she was sitting in the back seat of the van with her 10-year-old sister and her father. Her mother was up front in the passenger seat, and her older brother was driving. They'd packed whatever they could and left in a hurry, but it wasn't long before chaos surrounded them. Enemy vehicles had them boxed in, leaving no room to turn, no way to escape. Z said that everyone was panicked, talking over each other, yelling, trying to figure out what to do. And then, the first round of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down on the van, shattering windows, tearing through the metal. She was sure that one of the bullets had hit someone inside the van, but as she looked around frantically, she didn't see any blood. She told me that she barely had time to check if everyone was okay when another round of gunfire ripped through the van. This time, the damage was unmistakable. Z's voice hardly trembled when she described it. She said that she looked over just in time to see her brother's head lose its shape. And that's how she would put it. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. She said that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked ahead, and there were his hands, still gripping the steering wheel, as if he were still driving. The van was bumping along the uneven road, and for a moment, she said it almost looked like he was still in control. Of course, she knew better. Her brother was gone, and if they didn't do something fast, they all would be. Z's mother screamed from the front seat, a guttural, heart-wrenching sound as she described it. But there wasn't time to process or to grieve, not for Z. The van swerved violently as the lifeless weight of her brother slumped against the wheel, his foot still pressing the accelerator. The vehicle jolted to the right, narrowly missing a ditch. And Z's father, he lunged forward, reaching for the steering wheel from the back seat. Z remembers him shouting for everyone to hold on, his voice breaking under the strain of the noise. Nala, her sister, clung on to Z, her small hands gripping her arms tightly. Her eyes were wide with terror, her mouth opening and closing like she wanted to scream, but she couldn't find the air to do it. Z said that was one of the hardest parts. She barked for everyone to stay down, yanking her sister towards the floor as another hail of bullets shattered the windows. Shards of glass rained down on them, cutting into their arms and neck. Z barely felt it through the adrenaline. Her father managed to grab the wheel just in time to stop the van from careening into the trees. Z glanced up. She saw her mother, frozen in the passenger seat still, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her son's lifeless body. Z claims that she shouted for her mother to help her father, hoping to snap her out of it, telling her they needed to keep moving. But her mother didn't respond. She just sat there, her hands trembling, gripping the dashboard, staring ahead as if she couldn't bear to look back again. The van jerked violently again as her father struggled to maneuver from the back seat. Z said her father was shouting for help, stating he couldn't do it alone. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp bang echoed through the van, louder than the gunfire outside. Z turned just in time to see her father clutch his chest and collapse backwards. His body pinned Nala and Z to the floor. She screamed for her father, shoving at his weight. Her voice was breaking as she tried to free her and her sister. She described the van beginning to slow, its once erratic jerk settling into an eerie glide as it lost momentum. Z's eyes darted to the open windshield. Through the haze of dust and shattered glass, the enemy vehicles were closing in. They were out of time. Z knew that she had to act. Her brother was gone. Her father was gone or close to it. Her mother was catatonic. And Nala was too young to understand what was happening, so that just left her. Gritting her teeth, Z wiggled free from under her father's weight and scrambled forward, slipping into the driver's seat. She shoved her brother's body aside as gently as she could, trying not to look at him, or what was left of him. Her hands gripped the blood-slicked steering wheel and she pressed her foot down on the gas pedal. The van roared to life again and lurched forward. Through the shattered rear-view mirror, she could see the enemy vehicles gaining on them. The road ahead was a narrow, winding path. But Z's mind was racing faster than the van. She had no plans, no way out, only the will to survive. And she wasn't going to let her family die here, not like this. She recalls white-knuckling the steering wheel, desperately pushing forward with the battered vehicle, faster than it was meant to go. Behind her, the enemy vehicles were still closing in, their headlights slicing through the dust and the darkness that began to fall. Gunfire rang out again, bullets peppering the van's frame, but Z kept her focus on the road, shouting for her sister Nala to stay down. Glancing back, she could see Nala closed into the tightest ball possible, clutching their father's shirt like a lifeline. Z's mother was still in the passenger seat, still frozen, tears streaming silently down her face. Z's mind was racing, and she had no idea where she was driving to. There was no clear landmarks, no signs of safety ahead, just endless, desolate road, and the sound of death creeping closer. And then, over the chaos, a new sound emerged. At first it was faint, barely audible over the rumble of the van's engine and the sharp crack of gunfire. But as it grew louder, Z recognized it, the low, unmistakable thrum of helicopter blades. She glanced upward toward the shattered windshield, and she saw it, a silhouette against the moonlit sky, its spotlight cutting through the dust. The United States military. Z felt a flicker of hope ignite, but it was quickly overshadowed by fear. The enemy vehicles were still closing in, and there was no guarantee the helicopter crew had seen them. The van jolted violently as another bullet hit the rear tire. The vehicle swerved, and Z fought to keep it steady. She slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, desperate to close the distance between them and the helicopter. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light swept across the road, blinding her for a moment. The helicopter's spotlight had locked onto them. Z says she knew they likely couldn't hear her, but that they were all screaming now, "We're here, we're here." They were praying that they could hear them, see them, waving their arms out the windows, screaming, "Help us." A deafening roar from above as the helicopter opened fire, not at the van, but at the enemy vehicles behind them. Explosions lit up the darkness, and Z risked a glance in the rearview mirror. She saw one of the pursuing vehicles veer off the road, engulfed in flames, while the others skidded to a stop. The road ahead and behind were suddenly clear. The van sputtered and groaned, its damaged tire making it impossible to maintain speed. Z knew that they couldn't go much further, but the helicopter was now directly overhead, its light guiding them like a beacon. She explains that moments later another vehicle appeared on the horizon. This one was marked with the unmistakable insignia of the U.S. military. Z barely had time to register it before the van gave one final lurch and ground to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out of the military vehicle, shouting orders in a mix of English and the local language. Z threw the van into park and stumbled out, dragging Nala with her. Clutching her sister tightly, she urged the soldiers to please help her family, that her father, her mother, were inside the van. The soldiers moved quickly, pulling her parents from the van while others formed a defensive perimeter around them. Z continued to cling on to Nala, and she watched through tear-filled eyes as the soldiers carried her unconscious father and shell-shocked mother to safety. The helicopter continued to circle overhead, its presence a shield against any further attacks. As the vehicle rumbled away, Z finally allowed herself to collapse against the seat, her body shaking with sobs. Nala was clinging to her, burying her face in Z's chest. Her brother was gone, her father was gravely injured, and her family would never be the same. But the rest of them were alive. Against all odds, they had survived. Z said that was the first time in an eternity that she allowed herself to believe that her family might have a future. Again, I don't think Z knew she was trauma dumping. In retrospect, I guess I'm glad she did. The conversation has given me an insane amount of perspective, respect for things that I didn't really understand before. Above all else, it felt like she really needed to share that chapter of her life. I, on the other hand, know that I'm sharing trauma. So if you don't want to hear it, I'm sorry you read it. Take care. I just know some people are going to laugh at this. I just wish I could also convey how serious I am. I was at the grocery store, halfway through my list and zoning out near the bread and tortillas. You know where you get into that mindless rhythm. Eggs, milk, grab this, grab that. That's where I was, just moving along. And then the tortillas jumped. Not fell, not slid. Jumped. A sealed pack of corn tortillas, middle shelf, maybe shoulder height, shot out from the row and landed on the floor right in front of me. It was just like someone had tossed it from a short distance. Not tumbling down, not gliding off the edge, just launched. I stood there, blinking at it. There was no one else in the aisle, no cart bump, no breeze. Nothing on the shelf was stacked precariously. I picked up the package slowly, like it might move again. It was cold, normal. Just tortillas. I laughed a little under my breath. Okay, I get it, I said. Enchiladas tonight. I put them in my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My skin prickled like goosebumps. That weird internal quiet after something wrong happens was inside of me. I walked faster after that. Didn't even finish my list. That was 3 months ago. And yeah, the enchiladas were good, but it was still spooky. When I was 14, my parents rented a house on the edge of a small town. The backyard backed up right against a set of railroad tracks that were technically retired, though trains still passed through once or twice a week. It wasn't dangerous, just loud, and eventually I stopped noticing. One evening in early fall, I was out back shooting hoops on the cracked driveway. The air was cool and the cicadas were fading out. I remember how the sky looked bruised, and then I heard shouting. It was a man's voice first and then a woman's, not angry shouting, panicked, desperate. I froze with my ball in my hands, trying to place where it was coming from. The tracks. I walked closer to the fence, and that's where I saw them. 2 figures on the gravel by the crossing, just beyond our yard. A man was waving his arms, yelling at someone further down on the tracks. A woman stood back, holding her hands to her mouth. The man's voice carried, sharp. He was terrified. Move! Get off the tracks! I couldn't see who he was yelling at, not at first. And then I noticed a small shape sitting on the rail. A child. My stomach dropped. I ran for the gate, ready to bolt across the yard, when I heard it. The sound of a train. It was faint, but growing. A low thunder rolling closer. The man screamed, sprinting down the tracks. The woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Everything in me screamed to move, to help, but my body locked. It was like watching a movie that I couldn't pause. The child finally looked up. Too small, too slow. The train roared into view, horn blaring. The man dove forward. I flinched, expecting the impact or the screech of metal, but there was nothing. No crash, no train. The yard was completely silent. The figures were gone. The tracks were empty in both directions. I remember my basketball rolled and thudded against the fence behind me. It was the only sound left. I stayed there until it was too dark to see. shaking, convinced that I'd just gone crazy. But I know what I saw. I told my mom all about it, and though she told me not to worry about it, that I imagined it, she must have been curious. Later, when she asked a neighbor, they casually told her there was an accident here, back in the 70s. A boy died on those tracks. That was all she said, but that was all she needed to say. When my mom told me that years later, I knew that I had seen what I had seen. I just don't know how. I've never actually seen a ghost. No shadow figures, no faces in the mirrors, nothing like that, but I don't think I need to. What happened in that apartment, my apartment, was more than enough to convince me that something was seriously, deeply wrong there. When I first moved in with my ex, we didn't think much of the place. It was older, kind of creaky, but it was cheap and close to work. Win-win, right? Friends and family would come by and immediately they would say that something felt off, that the energy was heavy or weird, and honestly, that might seem rude if we didn't completely agree. We chalked it up to the age of the building, maybe the poor lighting. We found a way to laugh it off. For a while, it was just little things. Lights flickering on and off, stuff falling off of counters. The usual stuff that you can tell yourself is just electrical problems, or maybe you set something down too close to the edge. But then it got worse. Way worse. There was one night that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I was home alone, just getting ready for bed. I had this long scarf, nothing fancy, just one of those knit ones with little tassels at the bottom, and I had it draped over the top of the bathroom door earlier in the day. As I was walking past the door, something caught my eye. The bottom half of the scarf was lifted, suspended at an angle. Not the whole thing, just the bottom half, including the tassels. Held out like someone was pulling it up mid-air and holding it perfectly still. It didn't wave like a draft hit it. It didn't fall right away. It just hung there, tilted, defying gravity for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and then it dropped. I stood there frozen. I didn't even go into the bathroom. I just stared at the door like if I looked long enough I'd see something there. I didn't, but that was kind of the theme with this place. I never saw anything, I just felt it. That night, I couldn't take it. I threw on my shoes and jacket and walked outside the building, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. I made it halfway down the block before I started crying, full panic mode. I called my grandma and begged her to come get me. There was another time, a totally different night, when my friend and I were outside the building smoking a cigarette. We were just hanging out, talking about nothing, when suddenly we heard what sounded like absolute chaos coming from my apartment. I'm talking chairs being dragged or thrown, shelves being knocked over, bangs against the wall, not just creaks or footsteps, thrashing, like someone was inside tearing the place apart. I dropped my cigarette and ran. We sprinted up the stairs to my door, flung it open, and everything was still. Not just still, untouched. Every chair was where it should be. The shelves were fine. Not a single thing was out of place. I even checked the other units in the building, which was kind of pointless because I was the only person living there at the time. Every other unit was locked and unoccupied. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch scary movies anymore. I used to love paranormal stuff, ghost hunting shows, spooky YouTube videos, all of it. But near the end of my time in that apartment, I wouldn't even say the word ghost out loud while I was there. It felt like acknowledging it gave it permission. It wasn't until after I moved out that I watched Paranormal Activity at a friend's house. I didn't even make it halfway through the movie. I had to leave the room. Not because it was scary, but because I felt that feeling, that weight in the chest, that cold, creeping dread that had followed me around that apartment. The noises, the objects moving, the weird electrical surges, the physical scratches I woke up with more than once. It all came back. I haven't experienced anything like that since I left. Not a single weird sound, no flickering lights, no goosebumps in the middle of the night for no reason. Whatever it was, it stayed behind, and I hope to God it stays that way. This happened when I was about 16. At the time, I lived with my mom in a small house. It was quiet there at night, almost too quiet sometimes. You could hear every little sound that the house made. Pipes shifting, the heater clicking on, the occasional car passing on the road outside. My dog slept in my room most nights. He was a medium-sized mutt that we'd had for years. Tango. This was the type of dog that barked at everything. If someone walked past the house, if a raccoon got near the trash cans, even if the wind rattled the fence a little too hard, he'd start up. But this night was different. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night without really knowing why. The room was dark except for the little bit of moonlight coming through my window. And I noticed my dog wasn't lying down anymore. He was standing near the foot of my bed, completely still. His tail was wagging. That alone was unusual. If something had startled him awake, he would normally be barking or growling. Instead, he was making this soft, excited noise in his throat. Not quite a bark, more like the sound that dogs make when they recognize someone they like. I sat up slowly, and I followed his gaze. Someone was standing in my room, right next to my bed. Naturally, for a second, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I remember thinking that it must be my mom checking on me, but the person standing there was far too tall, and they weren't moving. Once my eyes really adjusted to the darkness I was in, I could make out the shape clearly. It was an older man, much older. He was wearing blue jeans and what looked like a flannel shirt with a plaid pattern. Even in the dim light, I could tell the pattern had darker colors in it, reds and greens mixed together. He had white hair and a full white beard. Everything about him looked like a normal person standing there, except he didn't have a face. There were no details where his face should be. There was just nothing. It's hard to explain, but it was more like the absence of features. My brain expected to see a face and just simply couldn't. Yet, I knew exactly where he was looking. It was at me. For a moment, I don't think either of us moved. My dog continued wagging his tail beside the bed like he was greeting someone he recognized, but I was frozen. Every instinct in my body was telling me that something wasn't right about this. Then, just as suddenly as I noticed him, he was gone. He didn't fade away, he just disappeared. 1 second he was standing there. The next, the space beside my bed was empty. The whole thing probably lasted just a few seconds. I remember sitting there in the dark trying to figure out what had just happened. My dog looked around the room for a moment, almost like he was confused about where the person had gone to, before finally settling back down on the floor. Eventually, I laid back down too. I barely slept for the rest of the night, but I did. The next morning, I told my mom about it. I expected her to tell me that it was just a dream. She tended to think everything was a dream, but instead she was quiet for a minute. Then she walked over to a closet, pulled out an old shirt. It was a flannel shirt with red and green plaid patterns. She laid it across the table and asked me if that looked like the shirt that I'd seen. It sure did. Exactly. She told me it had belonged to my grandfather, her father. He died when I was about 1 year old, long before I was old enough to remember him. I'd never really met him, not spoken to him. I barely even knew what he looked like. But according to my mom, that plaid shirt had been one of his favorites. She'd even show me a photograph later that day. The man in the picture was wearing blue jeans and that same red and green shirt. White hair, white beard, standing tall, just as he did the night before. The only difference was that in the photograph, he had a face. I still don't know what I saw that night, why he looked like that. But the part that sticks with me the most was my dog's reaction. Tango. He wasn't afraid. He didn't bark. He acted exactly the way he did when someone familiar came into the room. Like he was greeting an old friend. My mom says that's because she believes her father's been around the house for a long time. Not in a scary way, but in a protective way. She'd always kind of hoped that she'd see him someday. But she felt him, for sure. When I was in middle school, my family bought a new house in a developing neighborhood. Basically, we were the first family to buy a lot and build a house in this particular development. And we would remain the only residents in the area for a solid 4 years. Well, after living there for about a year, the developer started to build the remaining 3 houses in this area. So lots 2 through 4 were no longer spaces of open grass that we just sort of pretended were our own. They were building sites and soon 3 fully built homes. So I preface this story in this way to showcase that these homes were for sure not haunted. Not in the traditional sense, not in the way I understood hauntings to be. You know, old houses, spooky ancient neighborhoods, or just a place with any sort of history at all. I mean, before these homes were built, ours included, the area was nothing but woods. I don't even mean the woods in the middle of nowhere, just a patch of woods near an already happening part of the city. Once the other houses were finished, they just sat there, fully built, lights installed, windows in, but nobody lived there yet. No furniture or plumbing hooked up. Just empty structures waiting to be sold. At night, they were completely dark. And because we were the only family out there, it felt like we were surrounded by these empty shells of houses. I didn't really think much of it at first. It was actually kind of cool, all that space to ourselves. Until one night, I remember I was in my room, which faced one of the newly built houses across the way. It wasn't far, close enough that I could see directly into the front windows if I looked out at night. I was getting ready for bed, just kind of moving around my room, when I happened to glance out the window. I froze when I saw it. Someone standing in that house. I couldn't see them clearly, just a silhouette. A dark shape, clearly a human, standing in front of one of the windows. My immediate thought wasn't anything paranormal, as eerie as it was to see. Even as a kid, my brain went straight to something more realistic. Someone broke in. Maybe a worker. Maybe someone messing around. Maybe someone who wasn't supposed to be there at all. The thing that bothered me was how still they were. They weren't moving around like I had been or like someone working and walking through the house. They were just standing there, facing outward. Looking at what? The dark. Me. I watched for a few seconds, waiting for them to move. They didn't. That's when I told my parents. I remember explaining it kind of casually at first, like, hey, I think someone's in that house. My dad looked out the window, but by the time he checked, there was nothing there. Just an empty, dark house. He kind of brushed it off, said it was probably a trick of the light. Maybe I saw a reflection of myself. Honestly, That made enough sense for me, at least at the time, so I let it go. But later that night, things changed. I was already in bed when I heard my parents moving around downstairs. Not unusual, but there was a tone to it, a little more alert than normal. Then I heard my dad call my mom over. He wasn't being real loud, but he was serious. I got up and quietly stepped into the hallway, just enough to see down toward the living room. My dad was standing at the window, looking at the same house. And even from where I stood, I could tell by the way he was holding himself. He saw something. I came downstairs slowly, and that's when he said, "There's someone in there." Same thing that I'd seen earlier. A silhouette in the window, standing still. At that point, it stopped feeling like imagination entirely, because now it wasn't just me. My dad immediately went into problem-solving mode. Those houses didn't have plumbing yet, no utilities running. They weren't supposed to have anyone inside. But realistically, there were reasons that someone could be there. Workers, security, trespassing. He called the developer. I walked over to the window as he explained that it looked like someone was inside one of the homes, and he asked if anyone was supposed to be there that late. The silhouette was in the same window. The developer said no. No one should have been inside. But he said that he'd come and check it out himself, told us not to worry. While we waited, my dad stayed by the window watching. We all did. I eventually fell asleep. But my parents, they stayed up, just in case whoever was inside decided to leave. Because if someone walked out of that house, he would have seen them immediately. It was a straight shot from the front door to where we were standing. No one came out. By the time I woke up again, the silhouette wasn't visible anymore. But my dad said he never saw anyone leave that house. It was about 40 minutes later that the developer showed up. He went straight into the house. We watched him from our window as he walked through the front door and disappeared inside. A few minutes passed. Then he came back out. He looked off. Not panicked, but definitely unsettled. When he walked over to talk to my dad, he pulled him aside. He said that he didn't find anyone inside. But then he added something loud enough that it stuck with all of us. He said when he first walked in, it felt like someone had been there. Like he'd interrupted something, a conversation. As he stepped into the house, he could have sworn that he heard a quiet shh sound right in front of him, close enough to make him stop walking. It freaked him out enough that he didn't bother searching the whole house thoroughly. He called the police while he was inside. When they arrived, they went through the entire place, room by room, even the other homes. Nothing. No one inside. No signs of forced entry. No indication that anyone had been there at all until they entered. After that night, everything went back to normal, I guess. No more silhouettes. No more movement. And I remember eventually all 3 houses sold. Families moved in. Life in the neighborhood picked up and it stopped feeling so isolated. But not long after one of the families moved into that particular house, they made a casual comment to my parents one day. Something along the lines of, "Hey, this might sound weird, but have you guys ever noticed anything strange about the house before we moved in?" My parents just kind of smiled and shook their heads. Said no, nothing at all. We always quite liked that house. And they left it at that. I guess whatever we saw that night, it never showed itself again. And I think we all preferred it that way. This would have been sometime in the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. I was in elementary school, still young enough that I went to a neighborhood daycare after school. It was run out of a house just a few streets over from where we lived. It was one of those in-home daycares where a handful of kids would get dropped off. We'd do homework at a kitchen table and then spend the rest of the time playing in the living room or outside in the yard. The woman who ran it, I'll call her Linda, she was kind, patient, the type of person that parents trusted immediately. Her house smelled like coffee and something warm cooking, even if it was just leftovers in the oven. There was one other person who was always there, her dad. I don't remember anyone ever formally introducing him. He was just part of the house. He sat in the same chair every single day in the living room, one of those old recliners that had a worn spot on the arms. He didn't really interact with us much. He wasn't mean or anything like that, just quiet, probably feeble. I believe Linda took care of him, like a nursing home, but for your parent. If anything, I remember him as being kind of serious, though. He'd always sit there watching TV or looking at it, sometimes just staring ahead. Maybe he was thinking. Occasionally he'd glance over at us if we were noisy, but I don't remember him ever smiling. I don't remember him waving or speaking to me directly. He just existed in that chair, like a fixture in the room. And then one day, he wasn't there. That's really all I remember about that part. No announcement, no explanation that stuck with me at the time. I don't remember anyone sitting down with us and saying that he'd passed away. If they did, it didn't register in the way that mattered to me as a kid. I just noticed the chair was empty. And kids are like that, I guess. You accept changes without really questioning them. Someone who was always there just isn't anymore. So you move on. And I did. Days went by, maybe weeks. I honestly couldn't tell you how long. Then one afternoon, I got to the house a little earlier than usual. I don't really remember why, but there weren't as many kids there yet. I walked in, dropped my backpack near the door, and looked into the living room out of habit. And he was sitting there, in his chair, exactly where he had always been. There was nothing distorted about it, nothing shadowy or unclear. He looked solid, real, normal. But actually, there was something that stood out, and he did look different. He was smiling. I had never seen him smile before, not once. It wasn't exaggerated or unnatural, just a calm, relaxed smile, like he was genuinely happy to see me, like my own grandfather. And then he lifted his hand and gave a small wave. I waved back. That part stuck with me more than anything, because he'd never done that before. Not a single time. I wasn't scared. I didn't feel something like that or something wrong. To me, in that moment, it was just him, back where he'd always been. But now he was happy. My wave was just a quick, normal wave like a kid would do without thinking. And then I went outside to the backyard where there were a couple of other kids playing. I didn't think anything of it until a few moments later when Linda came out. She looked at me and asked, "Who were you waving at when you came in?" I remember shrugging like it was obvious. "Your dad," I said. "He's inside." The way her expression changed is something I'll never forget. It's like the first time you really make an impact on someone. I didn't expect the look. She didn't scream or get angry or anything. But she froze. Her hand went up to her chest like she was catching her breath, and she looked past me toward the house, then back at me. "What did you say?" she asked. "Your dad," I repeated. "He was sitting in his chair." She didn't say anything for a few seconds, just nodded slightly like she was trying to process what I'd said without making a scene in front of the other kids. After that, she told me to go play and that she'd be right back. I didn't understand why it mattered. The rest of the day went like normal, at least from my perspective. But when my mom picked me up, I could tell something was different. Linda pulled her aside and they talked quietly near the front door. I remember glancing back and seeing my mom look over at me with this confused, almost concerned expression. Later that night, my mom asked me about it. She kept it simple. "Hey, when you were at daycare today, who did you say you saw?" I told her the same thing. Linda's dad, sitting in his chair. He smiled at me and waved. My mom listened without interrupting. When I finished, she paused. She said something that stuck with me in a different way than the sighting itself. "Honey, Linda's dad passed away a little while ago." I remember just looking at her, not really understanding what that meant in the context of what I had seen. She didn't push it. She didn't try to scare me or make it into something bigger. She just said, "I think if you did see him, that was probably a really nice thing for Linda." I asked what she meant. She said, maybe he just wanted to say goodbye. Or maybe he just wanted Linda to know he was okay. "He did seem really happy," I added. Then she added, almost like an afterthought, "That was a kind message you gave her." I didn't really know how to respond to that. To me, I'd just seen someone who was always there, be there again. It didn't feel like a message. It didn't feel like anything important at the time, but it stayed with me. This might not be the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, but it's one of the only moments from my childhood that I can still remember perfectly. One of those memories that feels frozen in time. I was probably 8 or 9 years old when it happened. My parents and I were driving across the country to visit relatives for a holiday, and at some point late in the evening, we decided to stop somewhere for the night to break up the journey. Instead of a hotel, we ended up staying in a small bed and breakfast in a rural town. I remember it being an older house. It was one of those places that had clearly been converted from a large family home years earlier. Everything inside felt slightly old-fashioned. The carpets were thick, the furniture was heavy and wooden, and the hallways had that quiet creaking sound that old houses make when people walk through them. My grandma's was like that. Since it was just the three of us traveling, we shared a room. My parents took the main bed, and I slept in a smaller bed pushed up against a far wall of the room. I remember being pretty tired from the long drive. The room was dim except for a lamp on the nightstand, and I fell asleep quickly. At some point during the night, I woke up suddenly. I don't remember hearing anything first. What woke me up was the feeling of pressure, like someone had pushed hard against my back. My bed was right up against the wall, and I'd been sleeping facing the room, but the pressure came from the other side, between me and the wall. It wasn't a light touch, a strong push. For a second, I thought maybe I'd rolled over in my sleep and hit the wall somehow, but then the blankets moved. The loose sheets at the side of the bed suddenly pressed tightly against my body, like someone had grabbed them and tucked them in hard. It felt exactly like when a parent pulls the blankets around you at night, except my parents were across the room, asleep. I turned my head and looked over my shoulder. The blankets were pushed tightly against me there, too. And right there, on the mattress beside me, was the clear impression of a hand pressing down through the sheets. You could see the shape of the fingers, 5 of them, spread out slightly, like someone had just finished pushing the bedding into place. I stared at it for a few seconds, trying to understand what I was looking at. The room was completely quiet and mostly dark. My parents were still asleep, and the handprint slowly faded as the mattress rose back into place. I didn't say anything that night. I just pulled the blankets over my head and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, I did tell my parents about it over breakfast. Of course, they assumed I must have dreamed it. And honestly, for years, I thought maybe they were right. At least I told myself that they were right. I couldn't afford to lose sleep. But it still sticks in my mind that what woke me up was that feeling, that push, strong enough to wake me up instantly. I wasn't in some sort of vague half-sleep state. Decades later, even now, I can still picture exactly what I saw when I looked back at the bed. Just so clearly, a hand pressed into the mattress. One of my earliest memories of being truly afraid happened when I was about 9 years old. This wasn't the same type of fear that I'd feel later from horror movies or a scary ride. This was different. It was a kind of fear where you feel completely awake, aware of everything around you, and it still just doesn't make sense. The house we lived in at the time was fairly ordinary, a small 2-story place in a quiet neighborhood. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and it had one feature I absolutely loved when I first moved into it: a large standing mirror attached to the frame itself. It was tall and built in a way that leaned slightly backward against the wall. My parents had put my bed across from it, and it made the room look bigger. During the day, I liked it. It reflected the light from the window. It made the room feel brighter. At night, though, it always made the room feel a little strange. When the lights were off, the mirror didn't really show the room clearly. It just reflected shadows and vague shapes from the hallway light outside my door. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and catch movement in the reflection. Enough times I was able to accept that it was just my own blankets shifting in the reflection. Still, it started to bother me, especially one night. I'd gone to bed like usual, and I must have been asleep for a while before I woke up suddenly. I opened my eyes and immediately felt that strange alertness that you sometimes get when something feels wrong. The room was mostly dark, except for the faint glow of the hallway light leaking under the door. I remember lying there for a few seconds, staring toward the ceiling, waiting for my eyes to adjust and not wanting to look at the mirror. But slowly, I turned my head down, and that's when I saw them. 2 large yellow eyes staring at me from the mirror. At first, I told myself that I was seeing things, that my brain was playing a trick on me. When you're half asleep, your eyes can misinterpret reflections and shadows, something I figured I was doing all the time. So I blinked a few times and I looked again. That's when they're supposed to disappear, when they're not supposed to be there anymore, but they were still there. They weren't tiny pinpoints of light either. They were big, round, bright enough that I could see their reflection clearly against the dark glass of the mirror. I've had cats since then, and the shape was quite similar. But this didn't feel like a cat. Big, round, bright enough that I could see their reflection clearly against the dark glass of the mirror. For a few seconds, I stayed completely still, trying to understand what I was looking at. A calmer thought entered my mind. Maybe a car had driven by outside, and the headlights were reflecting strangely in the mirror. But the eyes didn't move the way light would, and they stayed looking the way eyes would. fixed in one spot, right at the height of where something could be standing next to me. Through the mirror, they were looking straight at me. That realization made my stomach turn into knots. The mirror was reflecting the space behind my bed. There wasn't supposed to be anyone there, obviously. I slowly sat up in bed. The eyes moved slightly, not disappearing or flickering, but shifting the way that real eyes do when someone adjusts their position. That was the moment that fear really hit. I couldn't allow myself to push it away. I remember pulling the blanket up to my chin, staring at the mirror, hoping that if I looked long enough, the shape would resolve into something normal. When the eyes just stayed there, watching, I started to lose hope. Every time I moved even slightly, they seemed to follow slightly in the reflection. At one point, I leaned sideways, thinking maybe if I changed the angle, I'd finally see what was creating the reflection, and it would be innocent. But the mirror only showed darkness, and those two yellow eyes. I don't know how long I sat there watching them. When you're a kid, a few minutes can feel like an hour. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out, "Mom?" My voice came out small and shaky. The eyes didn't disappear. They stayed there. I called louder, "Dad?" Within a few seconds, I heard movement in the hallway and my bedroom door opened. The moment the light from the hallway spilled into the room, the eyes vanished. My parents came in and asked what was wrong. I immediately pointed at the mirror and told them what I'd seen. They checked behind my bed. Nothing. The window still closed. They were humoring me. They even went as far as checking outside to see if maybe it was some sort of animal that was near the house that had somehow reflected off the glass. But there was nothing that could really explain it. Eventually, they did convince me that it must have been my imagination. It must have been a dream. But I didn't sleep that night. For the next few nights, I kept staring at the mirror before going to sleep, half expecting those eyes to appear again. They never did. Still, after a few days, I asked my dad if we could move the mirror somewhere else. I told him I didn't like seeing it from my bed anymore. He didn't argue. Instead, we changed rooms entirely. The mirror, built into the frame, wasn't going anywhere. If they did ever experience anything from the mirror, they never shared it with me. But even years later, I can remember that feeling of seeing something that I just couldn't explain. And even when I did, no one believed me. This happened when my daughter was about 6 years old. She's grown now, married with a family of her own, and she doesn't remember a thing about it. But I do. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then we lived in a smaller house, 2 bedrooms side by side. My daughter had her own room, and most nights she had no trouble sleeping. But for a while, she started telling me about a man who stood at the foot of her bed at night. She wasn't scared when she told me, more matter-of-fact about it. She'd say, "The man's back again," like she were talking about a neighbor stopping by. I figured it was a phrase, just an overactive imagination. I checked her room, though, reassure her nobody was there. She'd fall back asleep, but tell me, "He's there." This went on for weeks. Always the same description. Tall, dark, just standing there watching. My spouse and I brushed it off as childhood dreams. Kids see things in the dark, right? One night I woke up for no particular reason. Something just pulled me out of sleep. The house was quiet. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m., And then I looked toward the hallway. My daughter's bedroom door was cracked open, and I could see the faint glow of her nightlight. And I could also see him, a shadowy figure, standing at the foot of her bed, exactly where she'd always said he would be. He wasn't moving, just standing there, tall, but solid, darker than the rest of the room. Every instinct I had screamed to run in and grab her, but I couldn't move. I just stared. I blinked and stood, but he was gone. I rushed into her room, but she was sound asleep, breathing steady, clutching her stuffed animal, completely unaware. I never told her what I saw. She stopped mentioning the man not long after. Life just went on. But years later, when she was a teenager, I tried to bring it up casually, asked if she remembered ever having any strange dreams as a kid. She just stared at me blankly, said no. She has no memory of it at all. But I do. I'll always remember the night I saw exactly what she'd been describing, standing at the foot of her bed. Who it was, what it was, I don't know. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ordnate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the second floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. And then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot. There were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though, one that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The 3rd floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry, and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted. and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me, the third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running, but every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there, and how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it. I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado. Took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch, always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on two legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch, and I saw it again. The coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated, looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage and wet earth. And metal, like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. My dad's great aunt died when I was about 11 years old. And after she passed, our family inherited what felt like a lifetime of belongings. Boxes and boxes of things. Old letters, jewelry, books, photographs. Basically over 100 years worth of family history, packed away and handed down. And as strange as it sounds, we also inherited a ghost. I never thought of her that way, though. To me, she was just Auntie. She wasn't frightening. She didn't appear in some dramatic way or move things around the house. She just existed. Quietly, kindly, like someone who'd always been there. I don't remember exactly when I first became aware of her, but I do remember the way she felt. Familiar, safe, like an older relative checking in. At some point, she made one simple request. Her portrait had been hung in the hallway with several other old family photos, those slightly unsettling formal portraits from another era where everyone looks a little too serious. She didn't like that one. She told me gently that she would rather I find a different photo of her, a younger one, and display that instead. I took this very seriously, in the way that kids do when something feels important, even if they don't fully understand why. So I told my dad. He didn't question me much. I think he just chalked it up to me being an imaginative or eccentric kid. He humored me, which I'm grateful for now. We went through a few of those boxes together, digging through stacks of photographs and old albums, but we couldn't find anything that matched what I had in mind. Not the one she wanted. I remember feeling oddly disappointed about that, like I'd let someone down. Eventually, I chose a different photo of her, an older one, and I placed it just outside my bedroom door. It felt like a compromise. After that, life moved on. As I got older, I stopped thinking about Auntie as much. I figured that it had just been something I imagined as a kid, the kind of thing that makes sense at the time but fades as you grow up. Years passed. I moved out, started my own life, and I only really thought about that house when I came back to visit my parents. Then, a few years ago, I went home for Christmas. Everything was just as it should be when you go back home to visit. But then, one afternoon, I suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go up into the attic. It wasn't a passing thought. It was persistent and focused, like a voice sitting quietly in the back of my mind, repeating the same thing over and over. Go get the portraits. Take them down. Take them home with you. Do it now. The feeling was certainty. I remember standing at the bottom of the attic stairs for a moment, trying to reason with myself. I didn't have space in my apartment for boxes of old photographs. It didn't make much sense. But the feeling wouldn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. So I went up there. The attic was exactly how I remembered it. Dusty, quiet, and filled with boxes that hadn't been touched for years. I started going through them one by one. At first, it felt almost ridiculous. I told myself that I was just doing it because I liked history, because I thought it would be interesting to look through old family photos. But the deeper I went, the more focused I became. Like I was looking for something specific, even if I didn't know exactly what. It took a while. There were a lot of boxes. But eventually, at the bottom of one of them, I found it. A portrait. I knew immediately. Before I even turned it over, before checking anything, I felt it. This is the one. My hands were shaking a little when I flipped it around. On the back, written in faded ink, were 2 words. Aunt Jane. I just sat there for a minute, holding it. Because I knew this was the photo she wanted me to find all of those years ago. The young portrait. The one we couldn't find back then. I ended up taking as many of the photos as I could carry home with me that day, including hers. It took me a long time to process how strange that whole experience was. And it really didn't start processing until the end of it. The following summer, a tornado hit my parents' house. It didn't completely destroy it, but it was enough to tear apart the roof, especially over the attic. A lot of things stored up there were damaged, some completely ruined. And I remember thinking about those boxes, all those photographs. If they'd been sitting up there still, untouched, they wouldn't have survived. But the ones that I had taken, they were perfectly fine. Safe at my house. I don't really talk about this story much. It sounds strange even to me, but every now and then, I'll walk past that portrait in my apartment and think about how patient she must have been, waiting all of those years for me to come back and finally bring her home. Or did she never really want to leave at all, and only decided to out of self-preservation? Either way, I'm happy to have her home with me. When I was 8 years old, I lived in a resort town called Garden Bay, British Columbia. We lived down by the water, and there were many, many log booms, which we decided to run across. Big mistake. I was in the middle of hopping across the logs when the logs divided, and I fell between the logs into the water. And then the logs closed above me. I immediately looked above and could not find a way between the logs. I started to sink. I remember the moment I entered the water as clearly as it happened a minute ago. It was dark, but not so dark that I couldn't see sun rays from beyond the log boom hitting the water as I sunk. I was extremely peaceful, although I realized I probably should be panicking. The next thing I knew, I hit the bottom and immediately passed out. Or at least I thought I passed out, because the next recollection I have is that all the sand at the bottom of the water started to move in a circular motion around me, and a shimmering of light in those sand grains. In that very moment, I felt like I was connected to every rock, every animal, everything in the air, all the water. There was a sense of oneness that I'll never forget. Adults from the beach saw what was happening. Eventually, they were able to get me pulled out. I choked up water, and then immediately told anyone and everyone that would listen that somehow I knew that everything in this world was indeed connected, and that there was no beginning to me, no ending to me, that we were all just one. That feeling comforts me to this day. I used to live alone for almost 20 years in an old farmhouse that was built in the 1900s. I was the third person to own the house. I knew it was haunted. I would see dark things move in the house. I could tell it was a male. I figured it was the original owner who built the house, as the second owner was still alive. The ghost wasn't scary or anything, but you knew he was always there. I kinda made a deal with him, told him he could stay in the den and the rest of the house was mine. This arrangement worked for almost 20 years, until I got remarried. My new husband never believed that it was haunted, always made up an excuse for all the strange occurrences. One day, my husband was in the bathroom, getting dressed. He was mad at me, yelling about something. When he started to leave the bathroom, still yelling, the door slammed hard in his face, and the house kinda shook. He came into the living room with absolutely no color in his face and was really kind of shook up. We've since sold the house, but my husband still talks about what happened. Now, he believes in ghosts. When I was 12 years old, I had one of those experiences that just stays with you. It stuck with me because of how normal everything felt at the time. Nothing about the day suggested anything unusual was going to happen. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but I guess my point is, there was nothing unusual about my house, about my life. I'd just gotten home from school. It was a weekday afternoon, and I just followed the same routine. I walked the few blocks home, dropped my backpack by the front door, and stepped inside, expecting the house to be empty for a while. My mom had told me earlier that she was going to visit my uncle that afternoon, and his house was across town. I knew she wouldn't be back until the evening. The house felt quiet the way it usually did when I got home, before anyone else. You know the kind of quiet I mean. No TV on, no dishes clinking in the sink, just the faint hum of your appliances and the occasional sound of traffic, maybe a bird. I walked into the living room and tossed my backpack on the couch. And then I hear my mom's voice, clear as day. She called my name from somewhere deeper inside the house. It sounded like it came from the hallway that led toward the bedrooms. Connor, hey. Just like that. Not loud or urgent. It was just the casual way she would call my name to get my attention. I remember pausing for a moment because my first thought was that she must have come home earlier than expected. Maybe plans changed with my uncle. But I didn't answer right away. I was halfway through taking my shoes off and just figured that I'd finish what I was doing before walking down the hall to see what she wanted. A minute or two passed, and then I heard her voice again. Connor, hey. It was the exact way that my mom sounded when she called my name from another room. There was nothing strange about it, but I felt strange. I remember thinking, it's weird that she hadn't come into the living room yet. Usually when she got home, she'd call out once and then walk in to see what I was doing. So I finally answered, yeah? But there was no response, just silence. The bedrooms were all down that corridor along with the bathroom and my parents' room at the far end. As I walked down the hall, I expected to see my mom stepping out of one of the rooms. But every door was open and every room was empty. I checked the bathroom, nothing. I checked my room, nothing there either. The house was exactly the way that it had been when I first walked in, completely empty. I stood there for a minute feeling confused. I remember even walking back to the kitchen and checking the back door, thinking maybe she came home and stepped outside again for some reason. But the back door was still locked. The front door too. There were no signs that anyone had come in or out of the house. For a while, I stood there convincing myself that I had imagined it. Sometimes when you're alone, no, I couldn't allow myself to buy that. I heard my mom calling my name, and now she just wasn't here. I can't explain how exactly like my mom it sounded, as if she was standing in the hallway calling me. I did eventually shrug it off, go about my afternoon, even tried calling my mom, but there was no answer. I turned the TV on and made a snack and tried not to think about it too much. About 2 hours later, I heard the front door open. My mom walked in carrying a grocery bag. "Connor, hey," she said. I asked if she'd come home earlier and then gone back out again. She looked at me like I was crazy. "No," she said. "I've been at your uncle's house all afternoon. I told you." I even asked if she'd call the house phone or something like that earlier, but she didn't. She hadn't. She hadn't spoken to anyone at home since she left that morning. But to this day, I remember exactly how her voice sounded. Clear, calm. I mean, it was my mom, but it wasn't. My uncle's hunting cabin sits miles past the last paved road. There's no cell service or neighbors, just dense woods, a narrow dirt trail that disappears under snow by November. We've gone every Thanksgiving since I was little. It's one of those traditions that feels safe because it's always been there. But a few years ago, it was different. There had already been 2 hunters reported missing in the county before we drove up. It made local news for about a day. Presumed exposure, they said. Early cold snap, sudden storm systems. Everyone talked about it once and then moved on. The second night at the cabin, though, the temperature dropped hard. You could hear the wood in the walls popping from the cold. The wind didn't howl, it just pressed against the structure steadily like a weight. After dinner, the adults started drinking and playing cards. Being 17 at the time, I tended to hang out with my cousins. We stepped outside to grab more firewood from the stack near the tree line. I remember it was so quiet. It wasn't really peaceful, just muted. No wind through branches or animal movement. It was like everything, including the trees, was holding its breath. Then, clear as day, we heard it. "Help." It came from somewhere beyond the clearing. Thin, strained, almost hoarse. We each froze. It sounded exactly like my cousin Kurt. The problem was Kurt was standing right next to me, holding an armful of logs. He went pale. We didn't say anything to each other, we just listened. A moment passed and then it came again. "Help me." Closer this time. Kurt swallowed so hard I could hear it. He said his name under his breath, as if hearing it out loud would ground him. And then the voice responded, not exactly mimicking him, but adjusting. The tone shifted slightly, becoming clearer. The woods in front of us seemed darker than they should have been, even with the porch light behind us. I remember feeling something strange in my stomach. Not fear exactly. It was something sharper, like a hunger. I'd never felt it in my life. And then a thought slid into my head that didn't feel like mine. "You should go check it out." It wasn't spoken out loud. It was more like a pressure, a suggestion. Kurt took a step forward. Had he heard the voice too? I grabbed his jacket without thinking, and that's when something moved between the trees. It wasn't charging, it was just stepping. It was thin in a way that looked unfinished. Its arms hung lower than they should have, almost brushing beyond its knees. Whatever this was, it was bright now. I could see it looked like its skin had been pulled over something tightly, like it had grown too quickly inside of it. As we studied this thing, I got to its head, which was tilted slightly. Its mouth was opened. I wouldn't hardly call it a mouth, more just the void. By now, all three of us were holding on to each other. I don't even remember when we had actually reached for one another, but we were close now. And the thing spoke again. Help me. This time, though, it was definitely Kurt's voice, coming from the woods, from the void. I don't know what finally snapped all of us out of it, but one moment we were in some sort of trance, and the next we were running back to the cabin, full speed, no logs in our arms. We told my uncle what we'd seen out there, all of the adults really, but he was the one to grab his rifle and run outside. He swept the tree line with a flashlight. He saw nothing, not even the tracks in the snow. The ground looked untouched. Something tells me that he's seen it before. He searched the property the next morning and even drove the dirt roads for miles. There were no footprints, nothing out of place. But after that night, Kurt barely ate the rest of the weekend. None of us really did. Food tasted like cardboard. When we drove home, I realized that for so long I hadn't stopped thinking about that hunger that I felt standing in that clearing. It wasn't this physical hunger I was used to, it was something deeper. I know that Kurt felt that too, like we were being pulled towards something. I remember it was roughly a week after we'd left that they found part of a hunting pack about 5 miles from the cabin. It belonged to one of those missing men. There were no tracks. It was just the pack, neatly placed at the base of a tree. I've gone back every year since, obviously. It's tradition. But we've never experienced anything quite like that before, or again. But as Kurt says, there's always time if you keep coming back anyway. My grandparents own a small farm in northern Michigan. It's been in our family for forever. They don't farm commercially anymore, but they still keep a few horses and stacks of hay every fall in this old red barn that leans slightly to one side. The loft upstairs was our version of a clubhouse. My cousins and I would drag sleeping bags up there, pretend we were roughing it. In the winter, the wind would whistle through those gaps in the boards, and the snow would drift into the upper vents. Many Decembers ago, during a bad snowstorm, the power went out at the farmhouse. Instead of going in early, we decided to stay in the barn loft with flashlights and a battery radio. It felt like an adventure. Around midnight, the horses started stomping. This wasn't their normal shifting. They weren't restless. This was hard, panicked stomping. We shut the radio off. Something heavy moved outside of the barn. Not hooves. It wasn't a deer. This was a crunch, pause, crunch. Then something thudded against the barn wall. The horses lost it. We crawled to the loft window that faced the pasture. Snow was blowing sideways, but the sky was lit, and you could see something near the fence line. It was upright. What we saw was tall, too tall for a person anyway. Broad shoulders, long arms. Its head definitely wasn't shaped right, not for a person. Then it moved, and again, not like a person trudging through the snow. It loped, smooth, powerful. It reached the barn door and slammed into it hard enough that we felt it through the floorboards. That's when we heard claws scraping at the wood. We didn't run immediately. We were pretty frozen in place. Then something hit the side of the barn. Then the barn roof above us. Heavy enough to shake dust down into our faces. Something was climbing. We could hear it moving all above us, right over our heads. Then these fingers, they curled over the loft window edge from the outside. My youngest cousin screamed, and we scrambled back as something snarled. It was low and angry. We were saved by headlights sweeping across the pasture. My grandpa's truck. A gunshot cracked through the storm, then another. The weight vanished from the roof. Snow sprayed off the edge as if something had jumped down and ran into the tree line on two legs, just before dropping to all fours. Grandpa swears that it was a black bear in December in a blizzard. There were no tracks in the morning, just churned snow around the barn. And that was the last time anyone slept in that loft. I've encountered the black-eyed children. This isn't my normal account. Long-time lurker of this sub, though. An old friend hit me up. I started reminiscing and remembered this. I believe I've encountered the black-eyed children over a decade ago in rural Appalachia. This has always low-key disturbed me. Keeping in touch to this day, we've never brought it up again. We were at a local state park sort of place, sometime between 9 and 1 a.m. I remember we were parked alongside the woods and some picnic tables. It was pretty desolate. We were technically trespassing. And what we were doing there, you can use your imagination. Our curfews were approaching, and we were finishing up our time together, and we experienced a very ominous feeling. He was in the driver's seat, preparing to start the car and pull off. The car doesn't start. We sort of laugh it off, as it wasn't the first time. Suddenly, to the right, passenger side where I was sitting, we see faint lights coming out of the woods. The ominous feeling intensified. Emerging from the woods, there were 4 or 5 children, younger than us, appearing to be 7 to 11 years old. I'm not going to claim that they all had black eyes. It was dark, and I don't remember, as I was pretty shook. I didn't read about the black-eyed children lore phenomenon until years later, which described everything else that we experienced. All I can say is they were not normal. They didn't belong. The cabins at the park were not occupied. They weren't even getting rented out, as it was autumn, winter. We were miles from the park's hotel. There were no adults. They were absolutely out of place. What were the lights? I don't know. But the closest thing I can compare them to are glow sticks, as if they had opened a package of novelty glow sticks that included bracelets, necklaces, or wands. But it wasn't like they were having fun or goofing off. They just stopped, stood there, and stared at us. He tried asking what they were doing there, if they were lost, where were their parents. No response. The oldest-looking male child, a bit heavy-set, with a gray hoodie, approached the vehicle in front of where the passenger's headlights were. At this moment, my friend was freaking out. He locked the doors and was like, "Hell no, we gotta go." Eventually, the car starts. The children don't move, and the kids stay put in front of the car. He eventually yells to the kid, "I'm gonna run you over." The boy slowly backs away, raises his arms, and points at us as we're leaving. I didn't even look back. This morning, I received a strange call from my cousin, Violet. When I answered, she first asked me if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, bitch, it's 4 a.m. Why are you calling?" Violet exhales and says, "I just received a message from your mom." Yes, my mom, who passed away in December. Violet liked to play, but she knew the humor boundaries. I could tell from the tone in her voice that she wasn't joking. I said, "Oh yeah? Did she come to you in a dream?" Violet says no, that she'd been woken up by someone knocking on her bedroom window. Her area has lots of raccoons. They like to just get into stuff, so it wasn't just the knocking that got her up. She said that she heard a voice and recognized it to be my mom's, calling to her, "Vivi, come here." She didn't say it sounded like her. She said it was her. But not, because she's dead, right? Violet says it felt so real, and being just woken up, she'd almost overlooked how wrong this whole thing was. It was only when she'd gotten out of bed and actually taken a look out of her window that it all began to sink in. She didn't see my mom. Violet paused and thought that she must have just dreamed it, but she again hears my mom call her name through the muted layer of glass. It's unmistakable, and this time, she was wide awake to really absorb every detail of the voice. Violet knew my mom was dead. She sat with me at the funeral. They even have some of her ashes. Even with these grounded facts and staring out into an empty lot, Violet still popped her window up and called out into the darkness, "Auntie?" Hanging halfway out her window, she listened intently for a reply. Now, this is what really turned my tummy, so much so that I haven't gone back to sleep since our phone call this morning, because she said while she was leaning out her windowsill, she was looking straight out into the darkness. When the voice replied, it sounded like it was right below her, as if my mom had really been standing under her window. It said, "I'm not sad anymore." And that was it. Violet called out to her a few more times, but that was the last thing she heard back. Then she called me right after. About a year before her death, my mom and I had fallen out because I'd caught her in a lie about her sobriety while she was babysitting my daughter. I don't need to go into more details, as that pretty much sums it up. But she was never one to take accountability for anything, and, well, I guess I thought that I'd have more time to resolve things with her. I'm pretty sure the last words I ever said to her were, "Get sober or fuck off." Literally. And I wish I felt worse about it. I wish those words would move her enough to take action. Maybe that's why she went to Violet. My mom knew she'd be receptive to it. As much as she'd deny it, my cousin was gifted with an innate ability to communicate with the other side. This interaction with my mom only confirmed what I already believed. Violet doesn't like when the dead come to speak to her. She describes it like being in a room full of people, but only one person can understand your language. Naturally, they'll gravitate toward the person who can interpret what they're saying. Once, when we were younger, I remember us being at a park together. We'd separated from each other. She went to the monkey bars and I went to the slide. After I took my turn, I went over to where Violet was, and I'm not making this up. I saw her standing in the wood chips beneath the bars, with her hands stretched straight up. The monkey bars were still a good 3 or 4 feet out of reach for her from there. Without bending her knees or any sort of jump, I watched her levitate up to the bars. It completely blew my mind. I thought, my cousin's magic, and I just found out her secret. But when I ran over there and asked, "How did you get up there?" she said, "That man lifted me." I'm like, what? I do a quick scan around the playground, but we were the only ones there. I believe Violet was probably unaware that some of the conversations she had are with ghosts. Over the years, she learned to repress the feeling of embarrassment and trepidation when someone asks who she's talking to. She said not all, but most of the encounters she's had, or at least can confirm, the spirits simply wanted to say hello and to be acknowledged back. Some have more to say, but it's rare for her to be approached by someone begging for help with unfinished business. Oddly enough, that's how she grew to differentiate between the living and the dead. In Violet's opinion, it's the living who only reach out when they're in need. If she finds herself in a conversation about the weather or something trivial, she puts that person in her memory bank as a ghost. Saying this out loud, though, I do worry about her dating life. It must be maddening to make the guess with each passing interaction that she has. I can understand how some people can get the wrong vibe from her. On more than one occasion, someone will come up to me and say, "I just met your cousin. Is she all right?" And all I can say is, "Yeah, Violet's cool. She probably just thought you were a ghost." Anyway, I've been sitting with that message all morning. I'm not sad anymore. At first I tried to interpret it the way that people do when they're grieving. You know, the comforting version. Maybe Violet had a dream that felt real. Maybe her brain filled in a voice that she knew well. But the thing about Violet is that she's never described those encounters as dreamlike. She says they feel exactly like talking to someone standing in the room with you. And she was wide awake. I keep thinking about the way she described the voice, being right below the window, not distant, but right there. If Violet hadn't leaned out to look, she might have thought my mom was actually standing outside. Before we hung up, I asked her, did it sound like she wanted anything else? Violet said no. She said my mom didn't sound desperate or confused, or like it was trying to convince her of anything. She said it sounded calm, like someone who had just finished saying what they came to say. And then she told me something that I've been thinking about, of course. She said when spirits come to her, they almost always want to talk longer, sometimes even repeat themselves. Sometimes they linger nearby even after the conversation ends, but this one didn't. After my mom said that sentence, Violet said the feeling was just gone, like she'd stepped out of the room. I don't know if the message was really meant for Violet or for me. I'm sure I was meant to receive it, and I'm grateful for that. I think maybe my mom knew I wouldn't have listened. Or maybe she knew that I'd spend the rest of my life questioning whether I imagined it or not. Violet wouldn't do that. She'd hear it, repeat it exactly as it was said, and move on, which is exactly what she did. It all started during a journey to Ireland, where I planned on staying for a couple of months and exploring some of the amazing legends of this wild land. It was late October, and the winds around the Atlantic coast were announcing their strength in a manner that was hard to ignore. I'd driven far into the countryside before I realized how low the sun was getting in the western sky. That time of year, the day's light becomes a frugal offering. The winds were showing no hope of easing, and there was no sign of a hotel or any guest lodging that I could find as I inched along the winding one-lane roads. In that time, the mid-1990s in Ireland, it was completely acceptable to ask for lodging at almost any of the larger homes that dotted the hills. The dying light washed over a lone Georgian manor house standing alone, almost directly in front of me. As I drove the long road up to the house, I noticed the only lights that I could see were in the small cottage behind the looming habitat on the hill. A small column of smoke was dancing its way into the evening sky, making the scene appear warm and welcoming. I could see someone coming towards the small house, riding an old tractor. Being raised on a cattle ranch in West Texas, such scenes always put me at ease. I pulled up to the house. I walked over to the cottage around the back. I removed my old cowboy hat and humbly knocked on the door. It was the first time I'd tried this custom, and I was hoping that I had the information correct. The small, sturdy-looking woman, wearing a well-loved apron, answered the door, wiping her hands dry from what appeared to be a very hearty dinner that she'd been preparing. "Ma'am, I was wondering if y'all had any room that I could take for the night. I'll be happy to pay you for my stay, but I don't know these roads," and just then, the man from the tractor walked up and started removing his boots. The woman turned to him and explained, This one wants to know if we could put her up for the night." He glanced at me in my rental car, visible beyond my shoulder. "You can stay in the main place. We haven't got it ready yet, but you can have the run of the place if you'd like it." "Absolutely. What will I owe y'all for tonight's rent?" The two looked at each other in a moment of confusion. "About 12 pounds, the man offered cautiously. Even in 1996, that was quite a bargain. I reached into my pocket and counted out the coins, and I was given the keys to the entire house. The woman offered to stop in and make sure the peat was ready for the fireplaces and that I had tea or something light to eat. She said she'd stop by in the morning and bring me something to start my day's journey. As I gathered my backpack out of the car, I took some photographs of the house. A gnarled and unusual tree caught my attention in the dying sunset. It appeared to be guarding an old cemetery near the house. A family cemetery, I thought to myself. I grew up in places that had family cemeteries on their land, so this didn't seem unusual to me. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts and such folklore anyway. They are nothing more than good tales to be told on a cold winter's night. Or so I believed. Entering the house, I was hit by the realization that the inside of the house was actually colder than outside. The woman was bringing in a couple of buckets of peat and wood for the fireplaces and assured me that it would warm up very quickly. As she left to bring a kettle and food, I went upstairs to find my room. I was surprised at the number of choices of rooms that awaited me. Something seems to draw me to the large room at the top of the stairs. From the looks of it, one would be about the same as the others. The sparsity of the furnishing made the room look quite stark. The entire area was decorated solely with 2 small twin beds nearest the door, and a mirror and a dresser at the end of the room. No pictures on the wall, no books. Just a very stripped room. But for that price, it was still a bargain. I heard my hostess shuffling in the kitchen downstairs, and I went down to join her and see if there were any last-minute instructions I needed to know. I also wanted to thank her again for taking me in on such a harsh night. "Only you will have the keys because there's only this one set that we have. Please take care." "I don't plan on going anywhere. In fact, we might consider working out whether you'd let me stay for a few days. I'd enjoy exploring this area so much more thoroughly than I have so far." I implored my best Southern manners. Sometimes a Southern drawl can open doors that might otherwise stay closed. The woman looked almost guilty for a moment and then replied, "Certainly, but let's talk tomorrow. I've got a world to do at home." I walked her to the front door and locked it as she left. I laughed at myself for a moment. I must have been living in cities too much if I think about locking a door this far away from anything. Nonetheless, it stayed locked, and I placed the keys on the kitchen table next to a warm tea and sandwiches that had been graciously offered. The warmth of the food and the glow of the fireplace was easing me into a delicious state of relaxation and ease. It was definitely getting late, and I could see the stars coming out like I hadn't seen since I was a kid. They looked like diamonds scattered across black velvet. The windows were exceptionally cold, and they had old wooden shutters to bolster against the raging autumn weather. As I reached to close the first window's shutter, I noticed that the house I saw was actually a facade, that the true house was several inches back from the pebble wall. This was frequently done about a century ago, when Ireland was recovering from the Great Famine. Some folks managed to gather enough together to make some improvements to the family homes, and facades became fashionable. This must be one such home. I noticed that the last glimmer of the sun was poised exactly in between the 2 western-facing wooden shutters. The shutters closed exactly in line with the true west of that time of year. I walked to the other side of the room and realized that the windows were exactly in opposite of one another. One was due west, one was due east. I looked forward to seeing the sunrise. In a few minutes, That thought would mean far more than it ever had. I put on my headphones. I found an old magazine to read that had been stuffed under one of the small mattresses. The light from my camp light was starting to flicker, and I wasn't sure how much more light I could get. While reading, I was trying to figure out why so many people were separated in Ireland, and yet were out and proud about wanting to date. I had no idea that divorce was illegal in Ireland at the time. Chuckling to myself and preparing to settle in for a good long night, I was brought to full attention by something that sounded like boots walking swiftly on the stairs. I went to the window. I could see that my car remained the only thing out there. From that angle, I could also see the front door was still closed. The boots persisted. It was as if they would reach the top step and start over again from the bottom. It didn't sound like they were going up and then down. It was just some kind of weird Doppler effect that made no sense. As a pharmacist with a PhD in pharmacology, I like to know the practical reasons for anything and everything. I was more annoyed and curious than I was worried. As I reached for the doorknob, it was as if the door actually exploded. The noise seemed to assault my soul. It was loud. It was furious. I jumped back about a full meter, flat-footed, and was beginning to rethink every life choice I'd ever made. The boots suddenly started moving at an impossible speed, and they were stomping with each step. I could feel them through the floor. I could taste my heartbeat. My camp light went dark, and I searched to find the only light in the room, and as I did, I noticed something was moving in the mirror at the end of the room. There was nothing in front of the mirror, so I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As I started to approach it, the thing in the mirror started moving faster and faster. I sat back on the edge of the bed, and I tried to drown out all the chaos that seemed to have flooded this house, hoping that my batteries would keep my tape player going. As I was reaching for anything that I could recall in any science class that could explain what I was experiencing, I had the distinct sensation that something was pushing down ever so slightly on the mattress I was sitting on. I also noticed that when I turned my head toward that area, I could see my breath. I couldn't see it when I was facing forward, but when I turned to look at the now slight impression on the bed, I could see my breath, like I had just polished off a carton of Camels. The boots on those stairs were not slowing, and neither was the dark image in the mirror. I didn't dare try to sleep, and I knew that I couldn't get to my car without going through the boots, and touching that door was definitely not going to be allowed. All I could do was sit up and read that sad, tattered magazine and move as little as possible. This continued until about 6:30 in the morning. I was exhausted beyond belief. But just as the sun's first rays of the day split across the eastern-facing shutters, the house quieted and calmed as peacefully as could ever have been imagined. I immediately grabbed my backpack and gathered every bit of remaining strength to try to open that door again. It opened with ease. No boots, no damage. I raced down the stairs and out the door. I left the money and the keys on the table. There was no need to explain. I was quite certain the owners knew what happened. After all, why else would they choose to live in a tiny servant's cottage? As I turned on the radio, I was informed that the day was dawning on Samhain, the Irish festival of magic and ancestors. You might have heard it called Halloween. A few weeks after I'd returned to the States, I'd taken my hundreds of photographs in for processing. My goddaughter wanted to stop by and sort through them with me, and we planned a lovely evening of popcorn, slightly altered consciousness, and regaling of adventures. As we sorted through the pictures, she came across one that I'd taken of the Irish house before I entered that night. "What's this?" she asked with curiosity. Oh, that's just a weird house I stayed in one night. I don't know that much about it. Who's that in the window? Did they do some kind of theater there? You know, like a murder mystery thing. I took the photo from her and looked carefully at the 3 faces in the top floor window, in the exact same room I chose to stay in. With great solemnity, I replied, I'm sure it's just pareidolia. It's just our eyes playing a trick, nothing more. The following day, I took the photo and its negative back to the film processing business that I'd used for many years. I was a very good customer. We did a lot of business together thanks to my amateur photography interests. I asked the owner to show me how the image could be made by light and shadows. I didn't care what he had to do to find the answer or what it would cost. I had to know that logic and physics would prevail. A few days passed when the owner of the photo lab called. Jesse, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in much of anything that can't be proven. You and I have always had that in common. I don't know what that is in that negative, but it has eyes, and I also lost 2 of my best techs when they saw that. I'm going to have to ask you to find some other place to process any future film. I'm going to hate to lose you, but there's no way I can afford any more such business. I've mailed it to you. You should have it tomorrow. The click of the phone as he ended the call felt like a slap across my face. Was that place in Ireland cursed? The next day, the package arrived. As I opened it, I could clearly see the face of an old, white-haired woman with a black dress, wearing a white cameo brooch on her high collar in the first pane of the window. Next to her was a younger man with a handlebar mustache and starched white collar. On the pane below was a small, young girl with her hair disheveled, her head hanging down as if she was crying. I sent the picture off to a television show that covered such phenomenon. It was called Sightings. They had responded and said that they were interested in pursuing the story. Then the show was suddenly canceled. The camera film shop burned in an unexplained fire. My copies of the negative and the photo were lost when a flood blasted through my home in the middle of the night. That part of town had never flooded. I lost everything. If you ever find yourself driving the backcountry roads of Ireland near the wild Atlantic coast, aim for a hotel in a large city. I was around 13 years old when this happened. My family rented a cabin at a state park in Mississippi for a long weekend. It was actually a really cool place. A big lake, lots of trees. You could fish during the day or take a little boat out. During the daytime, it felt pretty normal and peaceful even. But the cabin itself had this older feel to it. Not falling apart or anything, just quiet in a way that made every sound stand out. The living room had 2 couches. I was sleeping on the one closest to a door that led into a separate bedroom area. My uncle was on the other couch across the room. Everyone else was in the bedrooms. We all fell asleep fine. Around 3 a.m, I woke up for no reason. I didn't hear a loud noise or anything, not at first. I just opened my eyes like something had nudged me awake. It took a second for my eyes to adjust. The only light in the room was faint moonlight coming through the window. And that's when I heard something. The doorknob to the room next to me, it was moving, rattling, but there was no wind or movement other than the doorknob. It was turning back and forth, slowly, like someone was testing it from the other side. Then it would rattle, like someone was shaking it. And again, back and forth, slowly. I don't know that I was even scared yet. Surely it was just somebody on the other side of the door. but why at 3 a.m.? And what were they doing? Then the doorknob turned all the way, and the door opened. I waited for someone to come out, but instead, it looked as if something clear, like a shadow, went in. A moment later, the door closed. My uncle sat straight up on the other side of the couch at the same time. He said, "Joey, did you see that?" His voice sounded tight, not joking. And I had seen something, but I couldn't answer. I was probably too scared to talk. I know my heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it. I briefly wondered if I was going to be sick. In either way, I didn't say anything. My uncle got up. He told me to come over by him. I didn't argue. I moved fast, desperate to be next to someone. We both just stared at the door. My uncle gently opens the door, and we can see inside that everybody's asleep. No one had gotten up. There was no windows open inside. The doorknob itself wasn't loose. We stood there, whispering, trying to come up with an explanation that made sense. Finally, my uncle just said, "Well, I guess we're going back to sleep." Which is crazy when I think about it now, but what are we supposed to do? It was 3 a.m. We were in the middle of a state park, so we just laid back down. I'm not sure that either of us did much sleeping. I know I didn't after that. The next day, we didn't really make a big deal about it, but later my grandma mentioned that she hadn't slept well. She said she kept seeing weird shadows moving across the wall in her room. She brushed it off like maybe it was tree branches, but she didn't know where the light was coming from. But there weren't any branches close enough to hit the cabin anyway, not outside her window. And I had seen a shadow walk in there. So that stuck with me. Later that afternoon, I opened one of the dresser drawers in the bedroom to grab something. On the underside of the drawer, which I saw while tying my shoes, on the wood, people had handwritten messages, names, dates that they'd stayed, random little notes from past visitors. Most of it was harmless stuff, but one message was written bigger than all the others, underlined and circled. In bold letters, "This place is haunted." It could have been a prank, but I felt like someone else had experienced something and needed to leave proof that they weren't crazy. It sure made me feel better. We finished the trip like normal. Fishing, eating, hanging out. No more doors opening and closing on their own. My uncle and I will bring it up sometimes, just like, "Remember that cabin?" And he always says the same thing. I know what I saw. And so do I. Most of the marketing team had cleared out by 5 p.m. It was a Friday after all. Everyone's always eager for their weekend. But for the few of us still grinding, chasing deadlines, and fighting the good fight against impending Monday doom, the open plan office transformed. Desks became islands, shadowed by the glow of monitors, and the usual bustling space felt vast, almost cavernous. I was hunched over my keyboard, wrestling with a particularly stubborn campaign brief when I heard something. "Liam, can you check these numbers for me?" It was Tammy's voice. Tammy is our senior analyst, known for her perpetually calm demeanor, her uncanny ability to spot a rogue decimal point from 50 spaces. I glanced up, expecting to see her leaning over the partition of my cubicle, or perhaps even walking towards her own desk. But she wasn't there. The aisle was, in fact, empty. "Tammy?" I called out. My voice sounded strangely quiet. There was no reply. I shrugged it off. Maybe she'd stepped out for a moment. Perhaps the sound had carried from deeper within the office, or I was just overtired. I went back to my brief. Surely she'd have to show me the numbers she wanted me to check. Minutes later, the voice came again, further away this time, but a little more urgent. Liam, seriously, I need those figures reconciled. Did you hear me? This time it was unmistakably from the small kitchenette area, just beyond the meeting rooms. I pushed my chair back, a faint sense of annoyance mixed with growing unease. Tammy was usually more patient. I walked toward the kitchenette, intending to tell her that I'd be with her in a minute, that I was just wrapping something up. As I approached, I saw Robert, one of our graphic designers. He was standing by the coffee machine with his back to me. He was staring intently at the bubbling carafe. "Hey, Robert, is Tammy in there?" I asked, gesturing vaguely toward the kitchenette. Robert turned, a confused expression on his face. "Tammy? No, why?" "I keep hearing her call my name. She's asking about numbers," I explained. I was feeling a little foolish. "Sounded like she was in here," I said. Robert frowned. "That's weird because I just heard David calling my name from the supply room. But I checked and Celeste said that David left an hour ago anyway. Hot date or something. Maybe Celeste was calling your name." I thought that was strange. David is our creative director, and he had a booming laugh with an even louder speaking voice. If he'd been here, we'd all know it. "You're serious?" I asked. "Yeah," Robert replied, looking around the deserted office. I thought maybe I was just hearing things because I'm hopped up on too much cheap coffee, but you too, huh? Before either of us could fully process it, the overhead lights flickered once, then twice, then plunging the far end of the office into temporary darkness, before buzzing back to life. In that brief moment of darkness, there was a sound. I didn't recognize this voice, but it simply said, "What are you doing in there?" This time, we both heard it at the same time. Robert and I spun around simultaneously. The office was still empty. The screens of dormant computers cast this weird glow on all the empty chairs. Suddenly, this space felt eerie. No one was there. "Let's go," Robert whispered. His eyes were wide. "Right now." We didn't bother logging off. I don't even think we grabbed our bags. We practically ran to the elevators, pressing the down button with frantic urgency. The journey down was filled with fear. Each floor number glowing was like a malevolent red as we descended. Nothing felt right about the whole thing. Every hum, every creak of the old building, it felt like some new sound being conjured. When the elevator doors finally opened to the brightly lit lobby, the sudden rush of normal city sounds, distant traffic, a siren, someone talking on their phone, someone we could see. We didn't say much on the walk to the parking garage. We just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting to hear one of our names be called out. That next Monday, Tammy and David were their usual selves, completely oblivious to their mimics. We never told them what we'd heard. How could you? How do you explain that part of your otherwise unremarkable office building in the dead of night? You began to hear parroted voices of your colleagues, calling you to empty rooms. Robert and I developed some unspoken rule: never be the last ones in the office. And if you hear your name called when no one is around to say it, just keep walking. Don't respond. And definitely, don't go looking. Part of me wishes that I'd never actually chased after that voice, that I just kept working on my campaign. But I didn't. And when I found nothing, well, that was harder to reconcile than just thinking I was hearing something. My buddy and I hiked into a state forest where the AT runs through this past spring, with the plan to spend a couple of days out there to camp and hunt turkeys. We'd been up there a few times that winter, and we knew of a few general areas near a shelter to set up our tent, where it was flat and not very rocky. We were getting our tent set up and then planning on a quick hike to some spots to check for turkey signs before it got dark. He was loading some of his gear in the tent when I walked to the edge of a little clearing that we'd set up to take a leak. I swear I saw and heard a person moving quickly away from the edge of the clearing, but through some super thick mountain laurel. I didn't think much of it since we were near a trail and there was a shelter less than a quarter mile away. I figured it was a guy looking for a spot to get set up. After our short scouting hike, we got back and it was starting to get dark, but it was still bright enough to see with no headlamp. We decided to make a little fire and hang out a while we ate dinner. I start walking around the edge of the clearing looking for firewood when I saw movement and heard running again. This time I let out a yo to make sure our presence was known, and I heard the running fade off. Was a little spooked, but nothing happened after that. At least not to me. When I got back, my buddy said, "Why were you throwing shit?" I looked at him, confused. I wasn't throwing shit. He said he saw several rocks coming from the area of where I would have been standing, being tossed into our camp area. I told him that wasn't me, but I told him what I'd seen, or heard, rather. We still don't know what it was. Logically, a deer doesn't make sense for the rocks, but it could for what I saw. But I also swear I saw a person. Like they even had a red t-shirt or something. We ended up setting up there again the next night and went into the thick stuff to get a good spot to dig a hole. We went right to the spot that I saw whatever I saw. It was clear that this wasn't a proper spot to set up. Whatever was over here had really been trying to not be noticed. Yet somehow, I noticed. Possibly, we got really lucky. So yeah, don't really have much of an explanation for it, but it was certainly weird, and the only thing that ever gave me pause in the woods with that feeling that something isn't right. I once read somewhere that there are two kinds of ghosts. The first kind are what people call intelligent hauntings. Those are the spirits people claim can interact with you. They respond to questions, move objects, or seem aware that you're there. The second kind are called residual hauntings. Those aren't really spirits in the traditional sense. They're more like recordings, moments from the past, somehow stuck repeating in the same place over and over. Footsteps in the hallway, a door opening and closing, the same event replaying itself like a scene on a loop. When I first heard that idea, I thought it sounded convenient, like a way for people to explain ghost stories without actually proving anything. Then I lived in an apartment that made me reconsider it. For about 2 years, I rented the upstairs portion of an older house. It wasn't historic or famous. It was just one that had been around probably since the 1930s. Not long after I moved in, I started hearing footsteps in the hallway late at night. At first, I assumed it was the people downstairs. In old houses, you can hear movement from other floors and swear that it's right beside you. But the footsteps had a pattern. They always started near the kitchen. They walked slowly down the hallway. Then they stopped directly outside my bedroom door. Every time. The first few nights, I opened the door immediately, thinking that someone must actually be there. The hallway was empty. After a while, I stopped getting out of bed. I would just lie there listening to the steps move from the kitchen, down the hall, and stop outside my door. It was the same pace, even the same number of steps, same stopping point. It was like hearing the same recording playing over and over. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to try something. One night, when the footsteps started, I stepped into the hallway before they reached the door. I said, "Hello?" The footsteps continued exactly the same. Step, step, step. They stopped in the same spot outside my bedroom, right in front of me. Even though the hallway was completely empty, I tried talking again. "Hello?" But there was nothing. I had plenty of time to observe this, and what I noticed was that the steps never sped up, they never slowed down, they never reacted to me at all. Over the next few weeks, I tried a few more times. Sometimes I opened the door early, sometimes I waited until the sound reached the door. Once I even stood in the kitchen where the footsteps always seemed to begin, but it didn't matter where I was. Every night they followed the same path. Started in the kitchen, walked down the hall, stopped outside my room. Eventually, I stopped trying to interact with it at all because it clearly wasn't aware of me. It wasn't responding to anything I said or did. It was just happening the same way every time, which is when I finally understood the thing that I'd read about before. If that sound was a ghost, it wasn't the kind people talk to. It wasn't aware. It wasn't communicating. It was just a moment from the past repeating itself in the present, over and over. And no matter how many times I tried to interrupt it, the recording never changed. This happened during one of the hardest years of my life. I was living alone for the first time after a breakup. The house wasn't old or historic, just a small rental on a quiet street. But when you're alone at night, any house can feel bigger than it is. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up randomly at 3 a.m. almost every night. Not from noise, just awake. Like something gently plucked me from sleep. One night I rolled onto my back and noticed my bedroom door was slightly open. I always shut it completely before bed. It made me feel safer, always has. The hallway light wasn't on, but there was dim light coming from the street outside to outline the doorway. And someone was standing there. At first I thought it was my brain just playing tricks on me. The shape looked like a person, but soft around the edges. A darker outline against the dim hallway. It wasn't tall or looming, but it felt close. I couldn't make out a face, just the suggestion of shoulders, a head tilted slightly, like it was observing me. I remember I could move, but I didn't. I wasn't asleep. I know the difference between dreaming and being awake. I could feel the sheets under my hands. I could hear the air vent running. The figure didn't move towards me or move away. It just stood there. I remember whispering, "Hello," and hating how small my voice sounded and felt. Then the shape shifted. It didn't step or walk. It just sort of leaned forward, just slightly. In the room, it felt heavier. Like the air pressure changed, and then it was gone. The doorway was empty again. I sat up immediately and turned on the lamp. My door was open maybe 6 inches, exactly enough space for someone to stand in. Nothing was in the hallway. After that, it didn't happen every night, but it happened enough. Always when I was feeling low. Always when I'd cried that evening. Always when I'd felt alone. It never spoke or touched me, but it did just watch. I eventually moved out of that house. I told myself that that whole thing was stress, grief, my mind adjusting to being alone. But even now, years later, if my bedroom door is cracked open at night, I feel that same tightness in my chest, like something might be standing just beyond it, waiting for me to notice. I've only seen something once in my life, and I'm not built for that kind of thing. I scare easily, always have. I don't like horror movies, and I don't mess with haunted houses. I don't even like walking through dark rooms without flipping on a light first. So when I say this happened, I promise you I'm not someone who goes looking for experiences. I was about 9 or 10. I was old enough to know what my house looked like in the morning light, old enough to know the difference between dreaming and being awake. It was a Saturday, early. The air was still cold inside, and the house is quiet and heavy in that sleepy way. My little cousin was staying over, and he was maybe 2 or 3 at the time. I remember picking him up from the couch where he'd fallen asleep and carrying him toward the den so we could watch cartoons before anyone else got up. He was warm and sleepy against my shoulder, one of his little hands gripping my shirt. The layout of my grandparents' house was simple. The kitchen opened into the dining area, and if you curved around the table just right, you could see straight down the short hallway toward their bedroom. The light in the house was soft and gray-blue, just enough to see clearly, but not bright yet. As I walked around the dining table, I glanced left toward the bedroom, and that's when I saw a man. He was standing inside their room, near the window. He wasn't transparent, but completely solid. He was tall, older, broad-shouldered, and wearing nothing but tight white underwear. The curtains were drawn, and he had one hand pulling the fabric back of it slightly, as if he were checking outside, looking for something in the driveway. The light from the window outlined him just enough that I could see the shape of his back, the bend of his arm, the movement of the curtain in his fingers. He looked exactly like a living person. My brain did what brains do. It's gotta be Grandpa. It made sense for half a second. My granddad always got up early. He'd let my grandma out before pulling the car into the carport. That was the routine. But something felt wrong. Then the man turned his head, and he looked directly at me. There was nothing distorted about his face, but it wasn't my grandpa. Just a man. But the look he gave me wasn't surprise. It was acknowledgement. Like I had just walked into a room he already occupied. My entire body reacted before my mind did. My arms tightened around my cousin. My stomach felt silly, and so suddenly it felt like I'd missed a step on the stairs. My ears were ringing, that sharp, high-pitched hum that drowns everything else out. We stared at each other for maybe 2 seconds. Then, a knock at the front door. 3 firm raps. The sound shattered whatever was happening. I blinked and looked towards the door. When I looked back at the bedroom, it was empty. My heart was actually pounding so hard that it hurt. My cousin had gone very still against my shoulder, which I didn't think much about at the time. I walked to the door in a daze. It was my grandma. My granddad had dropped her off at the front and pulled her around the carport. Her hands were full. Relief flooded me so fast it almost made me dizzy. "Grandma," I said immediately. "I saw Granddaddy in y'all's room." She didn't even pause. Without missing a beat, she laughed lightly and said, "Oh, you must have seen my brother Woody." She said it casually, like she was talking about the weather or a living person. And then she walked past me into the house. I stood there for a second, still holding my cousin, trying to process what she'd said. Brother Woody. There was a framed photograph of him in the living room. I'd seen him my whole life. an older black and white portrait of a man standing stiffly, unsmiling, wearing an old-style undershirt. I'd never really liked that picture, even before that morning. There was something about his eyes in the photograph that made me uncomfortable. Not that I could say he's evil or angry. Just aware, I guess. Later, that day, when the house was full of noise and sunlight and normal conversation, I walked past the photo on purpose. My stomach dropped again. It was for sure him. The same man that I'd just watched pull back a curtain in my grandparents' bedroom. Except, of course, Woody had been dead for years. I refused to walk past that picture alone after that. I decided that it unsettled me too much. What I've always found fascinating is my little cousin remembers it too. We've talked about it as adults. He doesn't remember the details the way I do, since he was so little. But he remembers me freezing. He remembers looking and seeing the man in underwear. He remembers feeling scared, but safe in my arms. That alone is enough to keep me from dismissing it. Two people don't share the same hallucination. And he was solid, completely solid. I never saw anything else in that house again, but I stopped doing Saturday morning cartoons in the den. I stopped cutting through that part of the hallway without turning on every light. And eventually, after my grandparents passed and the house was sold, that photograph disappeared. I don't know where it went. I don't know why he was there. But sometimes I wonder if he still is, and also if he could stay behind. Would my grandparents choose to do the same? And I've always wondered, when he was pulling back the curtain to look outside, what exactly was he watching for? I saw a ghost once. I don't tell people that, not in real life. Online feels different. Anonymous, contained. But I saw one, and I think about it every single day. I was 13, and not sick, and not asleep. And I know the difference between imagination and reality. It was dusk, in between light where everything is softer but still visible. My room was exactly how it always was. I remember lying on my bed, on my back, staring at the posters on my wall, very much avoiding homework. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, and I wasn't half asleep or sleepy. I was stressed because I hated math, but that's it. And then she walked into my room. It wasn't through the door or through the wall. She just appeared at the right side of my bed. There was no sound, just 1 second my room was empty, and the next, there she was, already mid-step. She was an adult woman, I'd guess middle-aged. She wore something like a long robe or nightgown, loose, pale, not modern, but not ancient either. Her entire form had this soft, white opacity to it. Not glowing exactly, but lighter than the room itself. She walked calmly, from the right side of my room, across the foot of my bed, and toward my bedroom door on the left. She didn't look at me. That's something I want to clarify. She didn't acknowledge me at all. She walked with purpose, like she was headed somewhere specific. I could see the outline of my dresser faintly through her. I remember thinking very clearly, this is real. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. Just watch. I didn't move or even blink. I didn't say anything. I watched her reach my open doorway, and then she was gone. My room was normal again, the air unchanged, the light, the same dusky glow. I sat up slowly and walked to the hallway. Nothing. I walked through the house. My parents were in the kitchen. The TV was on. Everything was ordinary. I didn't tell them. I think part of me knew that saying it out loud could make it smaller, or crazier. Instead, I just kept it to myself. It's been decades. I've never seen anything else like it. No shadows or voices or repeat performances. Just that one woman. And the part, I guess, that still gets me, I'm not prone to hallucinations, of course. And I don't have a history of sleeping disorders. I've never experienced delusions. I went on to study science. I trust evidence. I believe in measurable things. And yet, that happened. I've replayed it thousands of times, naturally, trying to find a flaw, a neurological explanation, trick of peripheral vision, a memory distortion over time, but the clarity hasn't changed. If anything, it's sharpened. I can still see the fabric of the robe shifting as she moved, the steady rhythm of her steps, the way she existed in my space without interacting with it. I don't think it was malevolent, but it wasn't comforting either. I felt indifferent, like I'd briefly intersected with someone or something that wasn't concerned with me at all. And that's what stays. Just the understanding that for a few seconds, the world was larger than I thought it was. The universe is not as closed as we pretend it is. And once you see that crack in the wall, you can't unsee it. I lived in Chicago for a few years in my late 20s, in one of those old brick apartment buildings that had probably been remodeled a dozen times since the 1920s. The place wasn't huge, just a narrow one-bedroom on the third floor with creaky floors and radiators that clanged whenever the heat kicked on. My girlfriend at the time and I had already been having problems for months. Nothing drastic, just the slow kind of unraveling where conversations start getting shorter and you both start realizing you're probably not heading in the same direction anymore. By that point, she already knew something strange seemed to follow me from place to place. I say that carefully because I'm not someone who believes that every little noise in an old building is supernatural. I've lived in plenty of old apartments. Pipes do knock and floors shift. Neighbors make noise. Most things have explanations. But for about 4 months in that apartment, things started happening that were harder to shrug off. A cabinet door in the kitchen would be open, even though neither of us had used it. Something would fall off the counter with no one near it. We would hear movement in the hallway when both of us were sitting on the couch. And then there were the lights. Every so often, the hallway light would flicker twice, very quickly, and stop. The fixture had been replaced before we moved in, so it wasn't some ancient wiring issue. Still, we did try to ignore it. But after a while, everything became more regular enough that I started paying attention to the patterns. Around the time, I'd gotten really into playing The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, on my Nintendo Switch. Most nights I'd sit on the couch exploring the map while my girlfriend scrolled through her phone or watched something on her laptop with headphones. We also had a small security camera sitting on a shelf across the room. Nothing fancy, just cheap motion tracking camera, something I'd bought online because packages had gone missing in the building before. It had a feature that could track movement, outline human shapes when it detected them. One night, while I was playing, my girlfriend said, "Why is your camera on?" I looked up and saw the small light blinking on the device. The app on my phone had opened automatically and was showing the live feed. 2 outlines were visible in the room. One where I was sitting on the couch, another where my girlfriend was curled up in the chair. But there was a third outline, standing near the far wall, right between the bookshelf and the coat rack. The weird part was that nothing could actually stand there. That corner was crowded with stacked boxes and an old floor lamp we never used. The camera wasn't just marking motion. It was clearly tracking something shaped like a person. At first, I assumed the software was glitching, so I reset the camera. When I rebooted, the outline appeared again. Same spot. We both got up and walked over there, waving our arms through the space where the camera said the third figure was standing. There was nothing, no shadow or reflection. The camera continued tracking the shape anyway. For the next couple of weeks, I started checking the camera every night out of curiosity. Sometimes the figure wasn't there. Other times it would appear in roughly the same area of the room, and once or twice it even moved. Not walking, exactly. More like shifting positions in a way that made the tracking box slide slowly across the screen. My girlfriend really hated it. She started turning the camera off before bed because she didn't want to see it anymore. Around that time, I started keeping notes on my phone about the things happening in the apartment. Dates, short descriptions. Lights flickered, books falling off shelves, footsteps in the hallway when no one's there. One evening, I was sitting on the edge of the bed writing another entry about hearing someone walking around in the kitchen earlier that day. Just as I finished typing, my phone jerked out of my hand. Not like I dropped it. It was pulled sideways and hit the floor. I sat there, trying to process that for a moment. My girlfriend was in the other room and hadn't come near me. I picked up the phone, stared at it, and added another note. Phone knocked out of my hand while typing. That night I went back to playing Zelda for a while before getting bored. I set the switch down on the dresser, tossed my phone onto the bed beside me. A little later, we decided to go grab food nearby. I got dressed, grabbed my jacket, and reached for my phone. It was gone. I checked the bed, the floor, under the pillows. I stripped the blankets completely off the mattress and shook them out. Nothing. My girlfriend helped me search the entire apartment. Couch cushions, kitchen counters, even the bathroom. We both clearly remembered me tossing the phone onto the bed. It had simply disappeared. After 20 minutes, I gave up and figured I'd deal with it later. I finished getting dressed and turned to leave the bedroom, and that's when I saw it. My phone was sitting on the bed, right in the exact spot that I had originally placed it, flat on the blanket, screen facing up. I asked my girlfriend if she had found it and put it there. Her look was that of genuine confusion. She said she thought that I had found it. Neither of us had. I picked it up slowly, half expecting it to disappear again. We went out to dinner and didn't talk much about it after that. About a month later, the phone vanished again. This time I searched the entire apartment for hours. Every drawer, every bag, every corner. I never found it. The strangest part is that when I checked the camera footage later that day, for a few seconds, the motion tracker showed 3 people standing in the room, even though I'd been home alone. I still have that same camera. I don't live in that same apartment, but I still use it. And I've never had any issues. Not since leaving that place. So yeah, I think that places can be haunted. The walk to the blind is always a lesson in controlled fear. It was November in the northern woods. Definitely cold. Physical weight on your chest kind of cold. Pressing the breath right out of you. I was hiking a familiar trail, one that I walked 100 times. But at 4:30 a.m., the woods are a different country. My headlamp cut a narrow, bouncing tunnel through the oak and pine, turning the morning mist into a wall of silver gauze. Every snap of a dry twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot at that time. Every rustle in the brush felt like a pair of eyes watching my back. This was unusual. I reached the blind just as the first hint of gray began to leak into the eastern horizon. It wasn't enough to see by, just enough to make the shadows look deeper. I climbed in, settled onto my stool, and I went through the ritual of silence. I checked my gear by the dim red light of the headlamp. Then, with a sharp click, I turned it off. The darkness that followed was all-encompassing. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was a heavy, velvety pressure. I sat there letting my eyes adjust, breathing through the nose to keep the steam from my breath from clouding my vision. For 15 minutes, the woods were exactly what they were supposed to be. Cold, quiet, and dead. Anything odd I'd felt had disappeared. But then, the blue appeared. It started near a patch of deadfall about 20 yards to my left. A massive tangled heap of downed cedar and rotting pine. It was just bleaching in the sun for years. But it was out of the center of that gray wood that a small orb of light pulsed into existence. It was blue, like a light I'd never seen. When you see a flashlight or a car's high beams, there's a throw, a beam that illuminates the air and the objects around it. This wasn't like that. This light was contained, a perfect sphere, no bigger than a golf ball. And its brightness was impossible. It was a blue so vibrant it felt like it was vibrating on a frequency that my eyes couldn't even register. It didn't cast a glow on the branches that it passed. It seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality. A hole cut out of the night and filled with sapphire neon. It didn't drift like a lantern or float like a swamp gas bubble. It raced. The orb began to whip around the deadfall with a violent, jagged intelligence. It moved in sharp right-angle turns that defied the laws of inertia, zipping through the chaotic lattice of branches without even touching them. It was fast, faster than a bird or any insect. It looked like a subatomic particle being tackled in a cloud chamber. I was just standing there. My hand stayed clamped on my knee. My knuckles were white. I didn't reach for my bow. I really didn't even think about it. Every rational part of my brain was trying to categorize it. A drone? No. It was silent. Completely, unnervingly silent. A reflection, but from what? There was no light source to reflect. Bioluminescence? No fungus or insect on Earth glows with that kind of electric piercing intensity. It certainly doesn't move like that. I never knew light could be so scary. But truly, it was. Most lights have a soft edge or a gradient where the glow meets the dark. But this, it just had a razor-sharp boundary. It looked solid. As I said, cut out from the blackness. As it circled the deadfall, the speed increased. It became a blur of blue electricity, a ring of neon light that seemed to be searching for something within the rotted wood. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't from the cold, just the sudden charge in the air. It was reminiscent of just before a thunderstorm hits and fills the blind. But there was no storm. I kept calm, or at least I forced my body to remain still. I knew instinctively that if I moved, if I made a sound, that jagged blue would snap its attention towards me. I felt like prey watching a predator from a dimension I didn't quite understand. Then, just as it had appeared, it stopped. It hovered for a fraction of a second at the very peak of a jagged cedar branch. It pulsed once, a light so bright that it left a blue ghost burned into my retinas. and it simply vanished. Not a fade out. It just ceased to exist. The woods, they returned to a heavy silence, a normal silence. There was no pressure, no feeling of being watched. I ended up sitting in that blind for another 3 hours. I didn't see a single deer, though. The woods felt empty, as if every living thing for a mile had tucked itself away into the earth to hide from whatever that was. When the sun was finally high enough to cast shadows, I walked over to the deadfall. I expected to see scorched wood or disturbed leaves, but there was nothing. Just the same old rotting cedar and the smell of wet earth. But I noticed one thing. The birds, which should have been there in the morning, active and loud, were completely silent in that specific patch of woods. I hiked back to my truck in record time. I've been hunting that spot for years, but I've never gone back since that specific time. Some people say that it's ball lightning. Others say it's earth lights. But they didn't see the way it moved. They didn't see the way that it seemed to know the area. Whatever the blue spark was, I don't think it was a weather phenomenon. I think it was a visitor. I was the second to youngest of 5 children. We were as close as you could get with 7 people growing up in a 3-bedroom house. My oldest brother just turned 25, and I was 19 in May of '98. I was taking a nap in my parents' living room. I dreamt of my brother on his motorcycle. It was as if I was watching him right in front of me, but he didn't know I was there. He'd stopped and spoke to my cousins, making jokes. They offered him a beer, and he said, "No, I gotta get home." The dream was clear as day as he got onto his bike, drove down the road, until a postal van pulled out in front of him, causing his death. It woke me up with a startle when they collided. I was so relieved that I was dreaming. 2 seconds later, the phone rang. Another cousin told me that there was a motorcycle wreck close by. After announcing it to my siblings, my father hung the phone up, called my uncle asking if he'd seen my brother, and I realized my brother was actually out on his motorcycle. He'd wrecked on the exact road of my dream and died, hitting a postal van. I later found out that he'd been to my cousin's house too, exactly like my dream. It was the darkest day of my life, but over the years I've come to the conclusion that there exists a connection between loved ones. A deep connection that no one can explain. I know I saw my brother's last day in my dream, and it gives me hope that there is still mystery in the world, and I'll see him again. My buddy sent me a link to post this. I was a member of my church's Boy Scouts, and no, this isn't a story of me being touched. I really wish I didn't have to preface this, but sorry if I killed your anticipation. Actually, if you were secretly hoping I was about to tell you a story about that, stop reading and get out of here, you sicko. Okay, now that all the pervs are gone. When I was in 3rd grade, the pack that I was in was called the Bear Scouts. Our den consisted of 7 boys, other 3rd graders who attended my church. Our badges were themed to our name's likeness. Already earning 2 of them, I was eager to obtain my 3rd, the Bare Necessities badge. Our pack leader scheduled an overnight camping trip with the troop. The pack leader was named Jojo. He was someone who had earned first-class honors within our pack. Along with him was a teenager working for his Eagle badge. 2 very capable people kept a consistent, vigilant eye over us, and I still managed to get lost for almost 24 hours. I was lost within the first hour of arriving at our destination. Instead of learning how to build a fire, my fellow Bear Scouts spent the day and night combing the forest for me. I don't think anyone earned anything towards any badge that trip. There's not a search and rescue badge, and even if there was, they didn't find me. Thankfully, a hiker's dog found me the following morning. What's crazy is that when my troop returned home, they never informed my family of the real incident. I don't know if that was their attempt to cover it up or what, but they left a nice write-up for my parents saying that I had run away, intentionally abandoning the pack. That's not exactly how it happened, though, and I was never able to fully explain my side of the story. I can understand how, to a third party, it may have looked like I just ran headfirst deep into the woods, but they apparently didn't see what I was chasing. So, here's my story. Miles of driving in a cramped church van led us to the thickets of Yellowstone National Park, a part that's reserved for events like this. We all jumped out of the van and went into our respective directions, eager to use nature's restroom. After I shook off, I heard one of the boys call my name. The voice sounded like it came from in front of me. I waited a few seconds until I heard the same voice call out my name again. There was a tall bush directly in front of me that I had pushed my arms into and tried to spread apart to peer through. On the other side, I can see one of my fellow Bear Scouts. They're wearing a vest like mine, but facing away from me. They start moving their arms in a clock-like manner. They gesture for me to come over to that side. Before I can fully get through the bushes, the scout starts to jog further into the brush away from me, so I followed, assuming the rest of my pack was doing the same. As I pushed my way through the bushes, following the scout's lead, the forest seemed alive with whispers. I'm sure it was just the wind, but it felt intentional, like words could be found in it if you could just listen to it carefully enough. The voice calling my name grew louder, cutting through the whispers and silence. I quickened my pace to catch up with the scout, but as I ventured deeper into the woods, a strange unease started to replace that excitement I was feeling earlier. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined, creating a dark canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air grew colder, and a faint mist began to creep along the forest floor. It was as if I had entered a different world by following this scout. Perhaps this was what he wanted to show me. An area untouched by man. But then I have to question, where was the scout? I called out to him, but my voice seemed to disappear into the eerie silence of the forest. And that's when I considered turning around and going back the way I'd come from. As I realized I had lost sight of the scout, I also realized I didn't recognize the area around me. Panic started to well up within me. Alone and disoriented, I stood still. My heart was pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it. Clear whispering. It was soft, haunting. It sounded like it came from all around me. My name was being whispered, over and over again. But the voice became distorted, unnatural. It sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. With no other choice, I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest, it seemed to twist and change. I was taught to identify markers on a trail or leave a trail of your own. I didn't do either of those things on my way in. I did know I needed to find my way back to real noise. I just needed to listen for the troop and follow their voices. But for whatever reason, I couldn't focus on anything other than the whispering around me. It was my name, followed by words I couldn't figure out, and then back to my name again. They grew louder. Despite me thinking I was running away from them, they echoed in my ears. Shadows moved around the trees. I could swear I saw glimpses of figures moving just beyond my line of sight. This place had become a maze. I knew I needed to get out. I mustered all my courage and just started running, blindly following the faintest glimmers of light that peeked through the dense foliage. The whispers, though louder, they were also more urgent with every step I took. I found myself screaming just to drown them out. I was also hoping my troop would hear my screams and investigate. As I'm running and screaming, everything goes white and then black. When I came to, I was sitting against a tree, and it was dark. This was incredibly disorienting. Hadn't the day just started? Where was I? I couldn't move, but I didn't understand why. I laid there a minute trying to figure out what had happened. The last thing I could remember was running and screaming. Suddenly, I knew that I could move, so I attempted to stand up, only to realize I was going to throw up, and I did, everywhere. But then I felt much better. Sure, still stranded in the dark, but I saw light. It was in the distance, but I knew that I could make it to the light. After running in the dark for what felt like an eternity, the light didn't seem to be getting any closer, and once again, I found myself completely lost and helpless in the forest. It could have been the kid in me, but I was exhausted, and I just stopped moving, sat down, began to cry. And then I heard the whispers from earlier. I covered my ears, hoped my crying would drown them out, only they got closer again. I could now feel something around me, stalking me. Out of nowhere, I feel this pressure in my chest, almost as if someone is sitting on it. But I'm sitting up. There's no way for something to press against my chest. Still, it made it hard to move. I was crying, attempting to stop myself in order to get some deep breaths. And then, just like before, everything went white and then dark. This time, though, I opened my eyes to see faint sunlight. It was warm, and it made me almost forget about my situation. Then, I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard something running towards me. Snapped out of my sleepy state real quick. Back on my feet, I tried to move away from the sound, ducking behind a larger tree. From my new hiding spot, I realized the sound I heard, the thing running in the woods, was a dog. I don't move, but regardless, the dog spots me and starts in my direction. Then, for the first time in ages, I hear another human's voice. This one feels real. The dog was now sitting directly in front of me. The man's voice grew clearer. It sounded like he was saying Rudy over and over. The dog would bark when he did, and then look back at me and bark again, repeating this until the man reached us. He looks at me, clearly shocked to see me. He asks me if I'm the one separated from my group. I don't even bother explaining everything to the man, just answer his question and ask if he can help me find them. He agrees, saying that he knows exactly where they are and to just follow him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the forest into the clearing where my group was. I looked around and realized the familiar faces of my fellow Bear Scouts. Jojo and the other troop leader are set further back, and they're talking to the police. Their expressions are all filled with concern. When they catch a glimpse of me, they almost do a double take. Everyone runs over to me and the hiker. Sighs of relief and a million questions start filling the space. Feeling overwhelmed, I just stood there. I didn't know how to answer anyone's questions. Where were you, or what happened? I felt like I didn't really know. They told me I'd been missing for hours, almost an entire 24. Then they said they'd been searching desperately for me, calling my name loudly, flashlights out and everything. The hiker explains where he found me, and Jojo says they searched there several times and found nothing. The first thing I ended up asking or saying was, "Did you hear my screams?" Everyone was quiet for a moment, and they said that they heard lots of things, but they never heard my voice out there. This was followed by people over-talking each other, but I heard one of my fellow scouts say, "You were following the boy, right?" I shook my head yes, but that was the end of that. As Jojo and the others recounted their efforts, I couldn't help but feel that they were leaving something out, something they couldn't explain either. How could they have been walking past and calling out to me for several hours and never have found me? Surely I didn't walk that far into the woods, but just as surely there was no boy in the woods besides me. I was sure that whatever I saw whatever the other scouts saw. It wasn't a real boy. Does that mean I know what it was? Absolutely not. The incident was never spoken of again. The official story remained that I had run away from the pack on purpose with no purpose at all, other than to cause trouble, of course. But deep down, I knew the truth. I'd stumbled into an odd place in those woods. The experience sorta changed my perception of the woods, not really for the better, and I guess of whispering. They're both just really creepy to me now, and I definitely don't venture into the woods alone. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective, an appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, "Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that?" We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. I was working at a small wine bar on the Jersey Shore, back when I had first started in the service industry. I had been at this location for a while, but on this day, most of the staff was across the street helping out at the sister spot. That left me alone in the bar, trying to look productive while I prepped glassware and cut garnishes. The setup was simple. A narrow bar up front, a cozy dining area with tables scattered near the windows, and a cellar downstairs where we kept a bulk of the wine. The kitchen had a little monitor pointed at the front entrance so whoever was back there could see when someone came in, and a soft ding-dong chime that sounded every time the door opened. I was putting something away when the chime went off. Out of habit, I glanced up at the monitor. A large man with a beard had just walked in. He wasn't subtle either. He looked like he was in a good mood, moving his arms like he was grooving to a song that only he could hear. It made me smile a little bit. He seemed like the type of guy who might sit at the bar, order a glass of red, and tell you his whole life story. I called out, "Be right with you." Finished what I was doing real quick. The distance from this area to the bar's swinging doors was maybe 10 feet, so I walked through in just a couple of seconds. But the dining room was empty. I frowned, figuring maybe he'd gone to look around. The bar wasn't that big, though. You could see the whole space in a glance. Nobody. I even crouched down, checking under tables like maybe he'd dropped something. Still, nothing. A little unsettled, I figured he'd gone into the wine cellar. Guests are allowed down there to pick out bottles if they wanted. I hurried down the short staircase, the air cooling as I descended. The racks stretched out neatly, hundreds of bottles tucked in rows, but it was silent. No steps or movement, and no sign of any person. That's when my nerves sort of kicked in. I jogged back upstairs and went out the front door. The street outside was empty, not a soul in sight. By the time the rest of the staff returned from across the street, I was still kind of rattled. I told them what I'd seen. The man had come in, clear as day, waving his arms like he was dancing, and then completely vanished. They didn't look surprised at all. One of the girls said, "Oh, you saw him too." Turns out the building had a reputation. Years back, a man had lived in an apartment above the bar. He died suddenly, heart attack or the like. They said that ever since, people swore they caught glimpses of him inside, always cheerful and animated, always lingering near the front entrance. I worked there for a while after that, but I never saw him again, and nobody else disappeared on me like that. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her. And then she remembered we didn't live there anymore.